What is going on, Reef Builders, and welcome to this very first live stream that we're doing on a ReefStock live stream awareness. Just trying to get some of these vendors and speakers all to come together here on this very first ReefStock live. I've got Evie here, who will be on the live stream with us as well. And we are coming on just a little bit early so that way we can, kind of sort out any. This is the first time for us using this software, so just wanting to be able to have this set up correctly. Should we maximize this screen here, Evie? Right here?
You'll take away everything over here.
Okay,
That's
don't want to
gonna
do that.
that's gonna expand the whole
Okay,
screen.
definitely not what we want to do.
Yeah, no. If you want to do something like that, then you can do this.
Okay.
There you go.
Perfect. And let's see here. Where are our comments going to pop up? Our comments will pop up here.
Over here.
Okay.
And then I've got the Facebook feed right here. If
Excellent.
you want to get on the YouTube,
Verify
so that way.
there.
Yep.
Okay. Reef Builders. Yep, we are live there. Open that up.
Okay. I have a trust fear in technology with whether or not it's actually going to give us all of the comments right here on the software that we're using. So I will have the Facebook up on my phone and Sean will have the YouTube up, maybe on his side. I don't know if you can see the chat or not.
I might be doing it wrong. Let's see. Live chat. It says right here. I think it's open. So top messages, all messages. All right. There we go. Can't wait. All right. There we go. So we do have someone. It says at dub 4207. Thank you for commenting when we're trying to figure out if this thing is working. All right. Then the fish crew has said hi to us, and they'll be coming on this live stream. I talked to Matt yesterday, or texted him, but to get him to sign up. But I don't know if Emma L is coming on for Fish Crew or if that is Matt himself, who is the person running the store over there. And I've known him for about 10 years. He will be one of the vendors at ReefStock. Again, the purpose and hope for today's live stream is just to bring all these awesome people onto the live stream. We're probably going to have another one before the week before ReefStock in 2 weeks, when we'll schedule that, and we'll get about 16 more people. Just try to get the rest of the speakers and vendors to be able to come on and talk to us and you about what they'll be doing at the ReefStock show. So, Evie, how many ReefStocks have you done now?
I think this is my fifth or sixth
ReefStock. I came when I was with my previous company for so many years. I think I started coming back in 2015, 2016. So I've been going to ReefStocks for about 10 years. So here we go.
This is my fifth or sixth one.
How many people? There. All right. So the channel you have with Jimmy Kimball gone and no longer part of Fritz. There's been all sorts of movement with companies and people with them. Yeah. I did used to be part of the Fritz Aquatics team, and they're doing really well. I'm glad to see that they're doing this cross-country tour. That's really cool. I did a few of those with them, and yeah, I was hoping to do another channel with Jimmy, but Fritz loved him so much they really kind of grabbed him, and we were unable to get that off the ground with Jimmy. But Evie and I still do the aquarium builders concept, and so working on that, but it is far from ready to really get so many people on like Reef Builders. So
yeah,
but maybe eventually one day.
Yeah.
So
but we have that channel. We have a channel. Oh, see you at ReefStock, Josh.
Josh Allen. Yeah. Hi, Josh. How are you? Again, we're just getting ready to come on live at 5 with Ken from Hydrospace.
Yeah.
But wanted to make sure everything was working correctly here.
Yeah,
So,
because it's a learning curve whenever you're trying to incorporate all the platforms together, and you just hope they all get along, which sometimes you just don't know if they will. Hi, Danny.
hi, Danny. How are
How
you?
how are you?
I wish we could have Danny on. Oh, that'd be so good.
Well,
Danny,
yeah.
Danny, next time. But every single now, Danny, there is an 8 o'clock slot that might be available, 8 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. If you are available, would love for you to come in and just say hi, talk with us. You came to ReefStock. Has he been to
Nope,
ReefStock?
I
He
don't think
hasn't
he's
been
been
to
to ReefStock.
ReefStock. So we need to get Danny there.
Yeah.
Danny from the Netherlands has his own channel, Danny's Aquarium, and he's done some stuff for reef builders too. He did a video over at Top Shelf Aquatics, and so um, it's a lot from all sides. There's Jimmy Gimbel. I am in full support of the reef builders and what they're doing. The reef stock shows are amazing and jam packed in Denver. Yes, Jimmy, love him to death. Best
Yeah.
videographer in the aquarium industry. Fritz is lucky to have him on board. I remember when I was with them, I begged to get Jimmy for a couple of years, and so no surprise that they're hanging on to him. All right, we got
Oh,
Ken.
here we go. Let's see. Add to stage. All right, you are muted, sir. Oh, there we go.
Hi,
Hello.
Ken.
Hey, how's it going? Oh, wow, we got a little square here. My new employee and I are going to have to get a little bit more
We're
intimate, I
all
think.
fit somehow.
How's it going?
Yeah, it's good. How are you?
Pretty happy. We're just ending our workday here, actually, scrambling to throw together a makeshift studio. And
Hey, I I think I like I sent out in the email or that Rob sent. I kind of just let everybody know. Everybody just wants you to be yourself. And so if you're finishing up your day and you just want to talk about kind of some of the things that you did today, or really, I just hoped to bring in every industry professional on and just say who they are. I know that you've done a lot with Reef Builders and been kind of featured a lot on some of Salem's live streams. So a lot of people are familiar with what you're doing with Hydrospace. And I've seen your brand grow immensely. I even saw one of your products on Chewy. I was like, man, he made it big time. He's on Chewy. You've
well, I
got the
wasn't even
home
aware of
care.
that. That's cool.
So I was like, wow. I mean, that's a big platform. And I know saltwateraquarium.com, they carry all your things. What got you to start thinking about, hey, I want to make bacteria for the aquarium industry?
Well, I've been doing live microfeed for aquaculture for over 2 decades now.
Mm-hmm.
Earlier on, that was restricted to things like rotifers and paramecia, stuff like that. And then
Mm-hmm.
over time, especially as like the feed for the feed, the
Mm-hmm.
needs got more strict in terms of like phytoculture,
Mm-hmm.
just the stuff to feed the rotifers. So phytoplankton got
Mm-hmm.
more into that. So things just kept getting smaller and smaller. And man, it was like 10 years ago now at Algae Barns where I first came across these bacteria. We were originally going to use them in-house to synchronize water recovery. So to clean up the wastewater from like their copepods, but at the same time create a food source. So in
Right.
aquaculture, it's called circular economy, but it just makes sense even in an aquarium to try to convert the waste products into a nutritious live food in situ, right? So
Right.
got interested in that, but then Algae Barn kind of went off on, they weren't even doing macroalgae yet at that time. So
Mm-hmm.
I was just working on product development and all that, and Algae Barn exploded, but that one project got kind of set aside.
Mm-hmm.
And when I left there, I was like, oh, I know what I'm going to do now, because in the meanwhile, I'd just researched them so much and realized that these particular types of bacteria have so many uses in aquaculture, including in, reef keeping.
You're right. And these are the like probiotic, more bacillus-based bacteria and different strands that are more consumable to the actual reef aquarium, which I saw in one of Salem's live streams. He said that that is one of the unhappinesses, that is, hardly available within the industry. There's a lot of products that are just have a 6 or 7 strand cocktail of heterotrophs, and they're for freshwater and saltwater, but they may not be specific to to fresh or salt, or even be consumable by coral. And so I know when Salem was a part of the Reef Builders platform, he had expressed some concern there in one of the live streams, and it got a lot of engagement. And he said that that's one of the big reasons that he's a big fan of PNS. And so
Yeah, Deep Cycle in particular, Salem has expressed a lot of positive sentiments towards, because they're actual reef bacteria. They're not just marine, but they're coral associated bacteria that we collected ourselves as a functional community. So it's like a wide ranging group of microbes that kind of work together alongside corals in that in the context of the coral holobiont. So I think it's the first of its kind in the industry, actually. But that product we kind of just unveiled like at the last ReefStock. So
yeah,
it's really been only out for like a year now, I guess.
how's it doing? Is it moving well? And consumer feedback good?
Yeah, I mean, people really like PNS ProBio. That was our flagship product. That's more strictly PNS bacteria. PNS Deep Cycle, the lead bacterium in there is rhodovolum. That is a PNS bacterium. But like I said, there's a whole assemblage of microbes in there that naturally occurred with that rhodovolum. So a purple sulfur, a green sulfur, and some other little bugs that play a role together in nutrient cycling. So yeah, people have been shifting a little bit away from PNS ProBio and moving toward, which is mainly a food, moving towards Deep Cycle, which is a little bit more for bioremediation, though there's some overlap between the two products. But we're very happy. In fact, we just what we will be unveiling this year at ReefStock is an upsized version of Deep Cycle. So now that just the 1 gallon ProBio just came out at ReefStock last year. Now we have the 1 gallon Deep Cycle coming out this year.
Nice. And I did kind of read up on the different the differences between your products. Was looking at the Deep Cycle and saw that it was a combination of anaerobic bacterias. And I was, me being in bacteria production in my background, I was like, I kind of could follow along, and I know a bit about the different cultures that were inside of the products. And I know the shelf life and the stability. And with these cultures of the bacteria, are they very sensitive? Are they easy to ship? Is this something that's got a longer shelf life on it? Is it like, what is it much more sensitive than these other cultures that you're used to seeing standard?
Yeah, it's hard to compare to other people. There's so many products, and it's impossible to test them all, like for every different metric. But as far as like Deep Cycle, we only just finally threw away the original culture that we made. It finally went kaput after about 3 years of service. But a lot of that comes from the fact that they're a syntrophic community. Like I was saying, they're a functional group, so they kind of recycle nutrients for each other. As long as they have that constant input of light, a culture can last almost indefinitely. So like in shipping or something, it's definitely not an issue. And they're thermophiles. They don't mind if they get hot. We haven't tested the cold as much, but because it's a saltwater culture, I imagine it would take some pretty extreme conditions to freeze it. If it was delivered on your doorstep in Canada while you were at work or something,
Well, I do know a fair amount about some of the things that they used to do with heterotrophs, and those bacteria that help to be they're sludge degraders. They help clean in the aquarium, and I know they've been out into the aquarium industry for a long time. And even were sold into the aquarium industry to cycle your aquarium. And I know that they don't really do aquarium cycling for some of these products that were out there, and it kind of gave bacteria in the aquarium industry a bit of a black eye, because it was been marketed before that it was a fix-all and that you could just put this in your aquarium and it'll cycle it and you're good to go. And you saw those products. They even like spore formed it. Like if you remember the original like Biozyme in a little yellow and red bottles for salt and fresh water.
A long time ago, yeah. It's crazy how old school it is now.
Back when I first got into the aquarium industry, they sold it at Petco, and I was like, "Oh my god, this will cycle my aquarium. I won't even have to worry about that." And sprinkled it looked like sawdust, and those are spore formed heterotrophs, and it didn't do much for me, so I was a bit disappointed. But did have the chance to work with like a true nitrifying bacteria supplier, and so they made the nitrifiers on site, and those actually worked. And your product goes along really well with a system that's cycled out with true nitrifiers, which I know there's several companies that does that. So
yeah, ours actually don't. None of our strains perform any nitrification. They actually kind of bookend that process, so they're nitrogen fixers. So if your nitrogen gets really low, they'll actually produce ammonia out of nitrogen gas, kind of the reverse of denitrification, actually. And then, of course, both ProBio and Deep Cycle each contain one denitrifying species in them. So there's also, if you have excess nitrate, assuming you have a suitable amount of anaerobic habitat in the tank for them to grow in, they'll perform some denitrification as well. So they actually kind of bookend the nitrification process, kind of stabilizing nitrogen, actually keeping it at really low but not bottomed out levels, which is exactly what most people want.
And so that's really the best way to reduce some of the waste in your aquarium. There's things like don't overfeed, have proper filtration. You can have a super beefed up filtration to help you with that. But if you're doing proper water changes, you're not overfeeding, and you still have some algae buildup, or different areas of the aquarium where sludge is building, you can see build up waste from the fish. This will help to consume those and rid the aquarium of those, and it's much better than in some parts of the hobby, you see people using algicides to try to get rid of algae, and that really does the exact opposite of what you want it to do, because the algae has built because of the food source. And so this is a better way up the line to reduce the amount of nitrate and phosphate that builds in your aquarium by using products like these, correct?
I think so, yeah. These are particularly good heterotrophs because they can degrade, like cellulose, for example, something that will accumulate from the cells of any dead plants or algae, for that matter. Those are poorly degradable. So other than in land, that would be fungi can do that largely, but fungi are largely absent in the marine environment. So the role of these guys is kind of like pretty important in those types of situations. So being as a lot of the detritus is, just lignocellulosic compounds. These guys can do quite a bit. Like we hear a lot about people saying that their filter rollers or socks, they don't get as dirty as often because these guys are breaking down a lot of that stuff, which is pretty nice. It's like we like to say that it's a food that, instead of polluting the water, cleans up after itself, because you can actually have net gains in water quality by feeding heavier with this stuff, instead of like jacking your nitrates, phosphates, DOC, all that stuff.
It'd be interesting to see a study done if you were, partnered up with a professional facility like a big public aquarium. Evie and I have worked with the professional facilities, doing food sales into those facilities before. And when they're considering, how much something truly costs, the cost impact on their organization, they also consider how much cost savings it produces by limiting the amount of maintenance, right? And so if your product is limiting maintenance within the aquarium, therefore you're going through your filter socks less, you're going through your algae scrubber or your roller mat less, and you're going through less material. it might very well justify the cost to a break-even point with your product there. So
Yeah, I've actually seen that. People say this is a really expensive coral food. And I'm like, well, it would be if it were just a coral food, but it's degrading organic matter, it's balancing your nutrients, and it actually has some probiotic effects. Very well proven. One of the Merichromatium, one of the species in Deep Cycle, just a few weeks ago, there was a paper that came out showing how it improved health in seahorses, cultured seahorses. And it was significant I think we would all agree, a pretty delicate species. So, I mean, there's a lot of promise, and it's kind of like a multi-use sort of product. So yeah, certainly not just limited to food. Just the fact that it, kind of cleans up after itself, looking at like the cost benefit analysis, even like commercially, like most of the research we see, which I know like upsets a lot of people in the hobby because they want to see more tests in aquariums. But if we can fairly compare, like, the same sort of biological processes that are occurring in like a Pacific white shrimp system or a tilapia system or something like that. Some of this, really intensive, the bacteria really under pressure, really in some of those intensive growth systems. These bacteria perform pretty well there. And obviously those people are in it for the buck. They're farmers, and they see they see an increased yield that justifies the expenditure on the material itself, the bacteria.
like shrimp aquaculture farms and things like that. And so do you sell your product into those aquaculture facilities so far?
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's not our biggest thing yet, but we certainly don't market to them like we do the aquarium hobby. Like, I'm a lifelong aquarium hobbyist, so this is kind of where my knowledge is, but also my heart and all that too. So we're expanding into those areas, but more as we scale up.
I think it'd be fun. I could put you in contact with, I know someone that did a study that does that cost analysis study at the Baltimore Aquarium that did a study on one of the products that we were representing before. It was a fish food, like a cold extruded fish food. And they did an evaluation on switching that facility over for a full year and showed the cost of the product, which was more expensive than what wet food really was for those for the fish that they were feeding it to. Did that full analysis and found that they were saving $60,000 a year by using the product that was more expensive because they had to feed less and they had much less waste on their system. And so your product would kind of fall into that category. I could put you in contact with the person that did that study and see if they'd be willing to do a study with you, and that would be a good research paper. So
We'd love it. Any kind of research is time well spent.
Yeah, absolutely. And definitely after you get off the live stream, comment down below the article about the seahorses so that the people that heard you talking about that can go and read that article, because I'd like to read that myself if you don't mind.
Of course, sure.
So ReefStock, you will be there Friday for a setup. And do you have anything? I know that you're releasing the brand new size of the Deep Cycle. But anything else that you have in store for us? There it is.
Yeah. Well, so it's kind of funny. This will be our fifth ReefStock. And we introduced our PNS home grow, which is a kit that you use to grow your own PNSB at home.
Yeah.
Actually, that was Jake did a piece on that. That was the last ReefStock that Jake Adams did. He kind of introduced our original version. So this is not a new product per se, but it's been upgraded significantly. So we'll be talking a lot about this. And in fact, I believe Saturday, I think it's in the works, not sure yet, but I may be doing a workshop there, actually setting one of these cultures up. So that'd be something good for someone to check out if you're interested in growing this stuff at home even.
Yeah. And where are you located out of, Ken?
We're just up north in Johnstown, so kind of across from Loveland.
I'd love to come by your facility and do a video with you. Kind of when I was with my previous company, I did this called Day in the Life series. It was a bit like a how it's made. But I'd love to come and do a video with you and kind of document it in full and put out a video on our YouTube channel. I've been working on a lot of those videos, kind of a little slower with the editing process, so the videos aren't coming out as frequently, but we've gotten some good content similar, and I'd love to come in and film with you next time I'm out in Denver, which probably be the week after ReefStock.
Anytime, actually. Just let me know, and you're welcome.
All right.
So I'll catch you there. Not necessarily Friday. We're local, so we'll probably just be setting up Saturday. But you'll all catch me there. And then I just want to introduce our new employee, actually, full time from the Roger Williams University Aquaculture Program.
Yeah.
Very
Okay.
cool.
Ryan, say hi.
Hello, I'm Ryan.
Hi, how's it going?
Nice to meet you, Ryan. Are you going to be at the show?
Yeah, so I'll be running the table and there to answer anybody's questions and help out any way I can and show
Awesome.
Hydrospace and all of our amazing products.
Do you have your own aquarium?
I don't. I just moved out here a couple months ago. So when I was back home in Massachusetts, I did. But I've had to downsize a little bit into an apartment rather than my parents' house. So I've slowly transitioned into maybe getting one, but we'll see.
Well, Ken, there's our objective right there. When I come out and I do a tour of your place, I'll bring an all-in-one system here, and then we'll come and set it up at his house. So maybe I'll bring you a gift for the week after ReefStock, and then you'll really have the bug, more so than you have the bugs already. And then you'll be like one of us, where we just can't get out. We're in for life here. So, all right. Well, thank you so much for coming on, Ken. It was a pleasure to meet you on my first live stream. I've met you in person there at this show many times, but welcome to the aquarium industry. What was your name again for your Ryan?
Ryan.
And we'll see you at ReefStock. Okay.
I'll see you guys there.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
Have a good one.
Cheers.
Take care.
All right, Emma.
Oh, yeah.
Emma, you are here.
Hello.
Reef Builders Live, streaming to YouTube, Facebook. We could have done it on Instagram, but it's a little bit more complicated through StreamYard. So we didn't. We just went with these, and it's on, I think, my personal Facebook running. And so, Emma, welcome to the live stream. I filmed with you before. We made a video earlier this year. It was fun.
It's like,
it was a lot of
we're
fun.
in a new year now, man.
Yeah. It was less than a year ago, though. So rolling 12, right? So, but Emma, we did a pea puffer tank together, didn't we?
We did. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah. And how's everything going there at the Fish Crew?
It's been good. Yeah. It's been, picks up in the wintertime. So it's been a little busy. It's been fun.
Yeah. Well, you guys have been in business for, I think it's been about a decade now. I remember when you guys were working on the store, Michael and Matt came down to Dallas and hung out with me. And I took them to like Dallas North and some other stores. And I watched it go from concept to life, and it's one of the best stores I've ever been to. One of the strongest there. It's already one of the strongest in the country, so I dare to say it's one of the strongest, if not the strongest, in Denver. I know you've got some competition there, but it's definitely well-rounded, both fresh and salt water. Emma, what are you bringing to ReefStock?
This year, we're going to be doing some live plants again, like we did last year. So that's going to be our primary thing. We are going to have some stuff to hand out, little kitty bags and stuff. And then we will have some discounts for Seachem, JBJ, and Higer.
Yeah.
So should be a lot of fun.
Yeah. And are you going to bring, I know now Fish Crew was at my very first show. They were next to me to the left. My very first ReefStock, which was my very first trade show ever, on the professional side of the industry. and the team was right there next to me, and a blizzard came in, and it was Sunday, and I was like itching to like, I didn't want to get stuck there. I was a new traveler, and I remember Jake gave me permission to leave about an hour before the show ended, and Matt sent me my banner and everything, mailed it to me, and helped close down my booth so that way I could catch the last flight out. But one thing I noticed about every single one of their booths, because I became instant friends with them, was they always bring something super cool. Like one year they had like Lego aquariums there
We'll
in the
have
booth.
some of those again this year.
Those are awesome. Have you seen that big? Evie just showed it to me, so I'm taking all of Evie's thunder here. But there's this big, giant, like almost looking like 1,000-gallon setup of just Legos inside of an aquarium, and they remade a reef. Have you seen that one?
Yeah, I have. Matt just ordered a really big one that he's going to be working on here pretty quick. So they look really cool.
And you're selling them at the show?
Yeah, some mini ones.
Yeah.
Yep. We're going to be
Okay.
building one while we're there. And then, yeah, we'll have some little aquarium building block things. So
That's cool.
yeah, it'll be
and
fun.
both fresh and saltwater stock to sell?
We're going to be focusing freshwater. But
Mhm.
like you said, we do have saltwater in the store for people that make their way this way too.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I have a long history with Fish Crew. You guys are one of my favorite. Let's see, what time is it?
It's time to Ross's in the waiting room.
No,
We
it's not.
swapped. We swapped because Emma was in here.
Oh,
early.
we brought on
see?
Emma early.
Well, she was here. Ross.
She was so on time.
Yeah.
That's why we brought her on early. And we're just gonna flip with Taras at 5:30. So we still have some time. And I'm just gonna tell stories. Tell the story about
yay!
the time that I went to Fish Crew at 2:00 in the morning or midnight or somewhere around in there, because I traveled through Denver and I was on my way up to Montana, and I missed Fish Crew opening hours and couldn't wait for them to open up the next day. So I took all of my samples of the company I was with and I put it along their van, just all the way along their van, and then sent them a picture of it, and they posted it in the morning. That's
awesome.
Always an adventure there. Tried to be creative. It turned into a nice Facebook post, so got a little bit of awareness out there. And
Funny.
yeah. And what else do we know about Fish Crew? They have that big, how big is that big,
The big system in the middle of the store.
It's a 2,200 gallon display tank. There's about 500 gallons of filtration underneath it. So it's a total of about 2,700 gallons.
Mm-hmm.
How many gallons is the water change on that thing?
Few hundred.
Do it every week because it's a Fowler?
No, we don't. But we do dose some stuff in there to try to mitigate nutrients, algae, that kind of stuff. So
Do you put
big protein skimmers on it?
Do you put P&S Deep Cycle in it?
No, but we probably should. Ken's
Hey,
rocking and rolling with that
I know
stuff.
that you were in the waiting room just waiting to come on, and you heard all that by Ken. So, I mean,
Right?
Ken, if you're still watching, if you're on the comments, send Emma a bottle of the P&S Deep Cycle to put in the big 2,200-gallon Fowler tank, because that would really help with the waste load that's being provided to the filtration there. And then, Emma, you help and you let us know if nitrates are reduced and the amount of time before the filters become dirty also is lengthened. So.
Yeah, for sure. Ken's definitely got some really good stuff going on, so it'd be fun to try it out in a big Fowler tank.
And he's local there, and I think his massive distributor there, Chad, and I should actually say the name, Aquarium Distribution.
Yep.
So if you just talk to Chad and Orlando, they'll give you some, right? I know Chad just commented. Chad, are you going to give some P&S?
Oh, yeah.
He says good idea.
Go for it. All right.
Heck yeah.
Tell Ken that if y'all pick up the line, what's up? All right.
Oh yeah, we sell PNS in store, so
They do.
Yeah.
They haven't. Now one thing that I will say that I like so much about the Fish Crew store is that you guys really do pride yourselves on making sure that your entire staff is very well educated. So you guys can definitely help anybody coming into there, whether they be a complete beginner to an already advanced aquarist. You guys just do a fantastic job with your training.
Thank
So
you.
I always commend your entire staff and Matt for being so diligent in that, because it does make a huge difference for people coming into the hobby and for people to stay within the hobby, is to have a nice, reliable fish store that prides themselves in educating their staff.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we definitely take a lot of pride in what we do here. We want to set people up for success and give them the best experience possible in this industry. So, it's a fun
And
hobby.
that's really why I come at least once a year, just to evaluate the most recent staff for Matt there. And he just, I have a list of notes that I make. And Emma, you did really well. So, you know, I definitely approve of your participation within Fish Crew.
Thank you.
Emma's the most fun to film with.
If you could keep an eye on some of those other guys out there, some of the newer ones, it's going to be at least a month before I make it by. So.
Fair enough. It's always really good to see you guys. Have you come in? It's always a really good time. So.
Yeah, we just like completely mess up your whole entire afternoon. It's really fun.
I love it. Yeah.
Matt's always a good sport about it. I call him the night before and I'm like, hey, Matt, you know, got an idea. I'm in Denver. And he's like, can you come up with these ideas like, you know, a week or two in advance? That would be great. I tried to blitz him with this and he should be there. Is he on the other side of that camera right now? Is Matt right there?
Matt.
He's like hiding over in the office.
There's no way he's coming on. There's no way he's coming on. Well, Emma, what else would you want to say about? Oh, wait.
There he is.
There he is.
Yeah.
Hey, you get in here on the screen, Matt. You get in here.
We got a peek in there.
Hi.
Hi, Matt.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. How are you guys?
What is the coolest thing that you've ever brought to ReefStock?
Coolest thing?
Because you always bring something unique, something different.
Like I said, the Legos, that's probably my coolest recently. That's my big new hobby, so.
And you saw that big, huge Lego tank that they just featured?
No.
I did.
I bought one, though, so I'm going to try to put it together. Maybe I'll bring it down to the show. So
They built like a whale in the back, you know, that looked like it was kind of in the aquarium, but it was just on the back wall there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they all sorts of cool stuff. So I'll have Abby send you the link to it, and you know,
If I can find it.
see if you can step up your Lego building game and
I'll get on that.
and make something like that. You know,
On my free time.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
All right.
All right.
Well, thanks, Matt. Thank you, Emma. We're going to move on to Taras. Again, this is the Fish Crew, one of the best stores I've ever been to. They will be at ReefStock, so definitely some professionals there. If you have any questions at all, we're going to put Emma's direct cell phone number right there down below, and you can just message anytime, even if it's late at night, and she will respond with exactly what to do for sure for your aquarium. All right, Emma.
That's terrible.
Stay alert for your messages. All right. We're going to let you go. Thank you, Emma. All right. Taras.
There he is.
How's it going? Yeah, I forgot to press go into studio, so I was watching Ken's talk and
That's okay. We're kind of just winging it too, so
that would be so interesting. I was thinking of you during Ken's talk because you have the same background of understanding phytoplanktons and rotifers and all creatures tiny in the microbiome, right? And so I always wonder, I was like, what would Taras say about that? What would Taras say about that? And so, yeah. So you didn't push the button to come in, so you weren't here for your 5:15, and that was my strategy because you bring so much energy to everything you do, Taras. I was like, I'm gonna need Taras right here at the beginning of the live stream.
I got a second cup of coffee in me, so you're in luck.
we were out of coffee, so I'm stuck with this thing here. It's like this is what Evie had for me, and it's like cotton candy flavored. So
I
it's
was
not.
gonna say it looks a tad sweet for me. I got the Vietnamese instant coffee. It's got a lot of sugar though.
Oh, the one that comes in like the instant pack.
Oh, I'm addicted. It's bad, but I love
Yeah,
it.
it's good
Love it.
stuff.
You know, I don't know if it was bad timing, but when I had one of those from Jimmy, I got sick, so sick that evening.
I don't do it on an empty stomach. It's like rocket
Oh.
fuel. Yeah.
I wasn't ready, and so I haven't tried it again. The toughest thing I've done is Cuban coffee, which is those,
Mhm.
and that I enjoy.
That's also rocket fuel. So
Yeah.
It is, yeah.
So you are one of the most enthusiastic, you can tell it's coming straight from your heart and soul, everything you say in your talk. So I like to have you at every single ReefStock I can. You're always on auto invite. And so I think you've been at my last 3 or 4 shows, right? And so,
yeah. The only one I didn't make was Chattanooga because I was off in Washington.
Mhm.
And you were so disappointed that we actually moved on.
I'm actually pretty bummed out about Chattanooga. I would have loved to make that show.
I was bummed out too because Chattanooga was just such a beautiful spot to put one, and I wanted it to be more of an educational conference. And it's just so far from a good servicing airport that I kind of underestimated that hurdle. And plus, being a first year show. Same thing with Vegas, right? We went to Vegas. We didn't have as many people come to the event as we'd like, but that was an awesome facility.
I love
Vegas.
I will defend in arguments the Vegas. There's still promise there. I know. I hear all sides of it, but it's Vegas.
My whole thought.
Persist. It has to. I had so much fun, so that's also tainted. I had a great time. I was like learning. I was going off into the Mojave, and then like I don't sleep, so you had the strip. It was no one sleeps at these things anyway.
That was supposed to be the idea, right? You create an experience, and you want to avoid the major territories that have already been, seated with a show, right? And all these shows, they coming after each other, cutthroat, head to head. And my thought on it is, let's go someplace and build out a market where the local community there doesn't have a nice reef show to educate them, and then let's get tons of people to fly in, and let's make sure it's got a great ambiance that facilitates an awesome time for everybody that comes in.
I'll still defend Vegas till
yeah.
It's a hub. It should be a hub.
I'd love to go back, but it was just not enough attendance.
Yeah.
And so, had Salem, he left, and May, love him. And, he was my talker for reef builders. And so I think that we didn't get enough info out fast enough to make Vegas a successful event, but somebody should make it happen. It was a fun time. Maybe we go back, not this year, but next year.
Sure.
Comment down below. Let us know where you'd like to see a ReefStock. But we tried it in Chattanooga, which was beautiful too. And that had the Tennessee Aquarium right there and everything. And so I thought that would be a slam dunk for a nice educational, serious reefing event. So, Taras, what are you going to be talking about here at ReefStock?
Well, I'm going to be talking about primarily copepods, both in the context of what we do here, but honestly, I just want to take the time to celebrate copepods. Non-amphipods and isopods, we'll talk about those maybe some other time, but copepods specifically, we are in this very moment, and it's a renaissance. That's what it is, a renaissance of appreciating all things planktonic, but specifically copepods. As far as that's how I got into the reef aquarium industry. I started growing my first Tisbees and Apocyclops back in the day when I was still at the University of Rhode Island. So it was my personal segue. So it has that kind of warm, fuzzy feeling I have with them in general. But I guess more importantly, we are in a renaissance period of copepods. And the reef aquarium industry is fascinating, in my opinion, because it is, and I'd like to be made aware of something besides food aquaculture that can make an argument to this. It is flagshipping this new wave of copepod appreciation and specifically application. The copepods that we are now, the idea that we're even talking about copepods as far as individual species, taxa, there is the average reef aquarist that would have more of an appreciation than I'd argue most marine biology graduate students certainly did 20, 30 years ago and even now. where we're no longer just appreciating, oh, okay, copepods are in this ecosystem. Maybe we'll do like a little petri dish study and check out how they're doing. And now it's like inarguable fact that they are participating in a very nuanced and potent way in all ecosystems, from retention ponds happening in the back of this facility in Orlando, vernal pools where salamanders come from up in the forests. I mean, the open water ecosystems where we have these pelagic copepods, where all of our marine critters come from that start off life as larvae, and then down to the specific applications in the reef aquarium where we're like, okay, if we know that they're important, and we know that classically we received all this live rock from across the world, and there was probably some taxa diversity that came with it. But now we're trying to start tanks a little bit more formulaic from scratch, or at least try and figure out which steps, I don't want to say skip, but that we can't ship rock across the world anymore. We will never be able to do that again. Gasoline is not until cold fusion. So now we have to kind of re-embrace how we're making these ecosystems from the ground up and appreciating how they are in the wild. And the reef aquarium industry is charging ahead as far as appreciating, getting people excited about it. And now it's a discussion of, well, which copepod am I adding in my tank? Not whether or not I'm going to have it, or what copepod do I have in my tank? My mandarin has never starved. It's doing great. All the cycling's happening. So my talk is going to be a little bit about the specific taxa that most people are aware of in the aquarium industry today: the Tigriopus, the Tisbes, the Apocyclops, the name brand kind of introductory pods. And then we're going to try and pick apart the different characteristics and then how they could be specifically applied based on those characteristics. And with that kind of as a grid, we get to talk about some more exciting stuff. Some things I'd like to work on in the future is actually having real larviculture here, where we actually are able to grow things that are fish and shrimp and things that have feeding larval stages, unlike my blessed Bergia that have a nice non-feeding larval stage. So for that discussion, we have to now enter, okay, well, now we're talking about calanoid copepods, Parvocalanus, Crassurasterus. We're talking about Pseudodioptimus. We're talking about our Carchatonsa. What are those characteristics? Why do we need to use those to grow larval fish? But if we, spend $100 on a bunch of bottles of them, put them on a reef tank, we could pretty much know that they're not going to recruit successfully when compared to a small bottle of, let's say, Tisbes. And what are those characteristics? And why is that beneficial? And what makes a good breeding mariculture hatchery copepod versus a copepod you just want to add to your tank for colonization or, let's say, cleanup crew purposes? And then is there we have a cold water tank. Maybe we had more sorts of Tigriopus, hot water tank. We have leeway that way. And the direct interaction, whether or not it's good for maybe a direct live feed as a hatchery organism. And then this is more of an exciting grid, I think, and this is where the reef aquarium industry has its greatest value, in my opinion, is the fact that we have very few people, percentage-wise, that are involved and passionate about this industry that work in the industry. That's a good thing. We have doctors, lawyers, biotechnologists, a lot of people that have very stressful jobs, and they think about a lot of stressful stuff. Some of it probably isn't fun sometimes. And they get home and they relax when they think about their reef tank. And it's those people I'm more interested in courting. I don't necessarily care if they buy my bottle of pods or not. I care more that they're excited about that concept of pods, because in their brain or their child's brain, or there could be a whole entire reapplication. The state of Florida is rotting all around me just because we are not taking any steps to process wastewater or utilize clean water correctly. Copepods turn sludge into crustacean protein. You can harvest copepods in a way you can't harvest bacteria or algae at an industrial municipal scale. So taking those characteristics and then kind of escaping what we want in our tanks in our living room, what we want in the future as far as having a sustainable tang that's aquacultured, and then into the next run where it's like, okay, now that we've learned from these wild ecosystems, how can we use copepods as basically a biotechnology? And I want people to get very excited about that, because we are in a world with lots and lots and lots of problems. Lots of people that have no incentive to fix those problems. It's good for money. But we're also in a world where we have lots of crazy people that spend lots of money and time and passion and blood on these glass worlds they make in their living rooms and in their basements. And they love those worlds. And it's from that passion that we can have a better tomorrow directly, not through some vapor, but through technologies that can be derived and fruits that'll probably bear on the tree well after you and I are no longer here. So I like copepods. We are now in an opening precipice where we're excited about them and we're discussing them. And I want people to be more excited. I want to talk about the University of Florida. They extracted their own cycloploid copepod because they wanted something that wasn't as difficult to grow as the traditional calanoids like Pseudodioptimus and Parvocalanus. They wanted something that had its own, it was easier to grow, but it was still small and nutritious. But that came to caveats. All of a sudden, we're dealing with a copepod that drops eggs. It doesn't just give birth to nauplii. So you have to change your approach. And now it's a renaissance. Everyone's going crazy. And it's fantastic because every problem could potentially have a solution that is microbially derived. And copepods are in that flirting reconnaissance point between our world and the big boys and the small world, the inaccessibles. I like pods.
If I said that I retained all 100% of everything you said, I would be a liar. But I kept up with most of it. I would say I was at the 90% mark because you start throwing in the big names, and I don't follow it as much as you do, but I do follow it at the basic.
That'll be the talk. We're going to have a slide. It's going to be this big fancy Latin thing. I say like Pseudodioptimus pelagicus. Okay, boom. HT image. This thing that looks like a spaceship. Giant long antenna. It's going to look a lot. They all look like dots to us in the bottle, especially if you have glasses. They look like dots. I mean, my eyes are eventually going to go, and they'll look like dots to me at some point, I'm sure. But at a microscope level, they look like spaceships. It's like, Cowboy Bebop ship versus Blade Runner ship, and then you do comparisons. Well, why does that look like that? That one has giant antenna. It's probably smelling something. Well, that one has giant sensitive structure. Probably not going to do well in confined space with a trillion other of its brethren bumping into it. That one looks like it's a giant, lunar rover. That's a Tisbe. That's why it can handle our pump flow.
So you're promising me at the talk we're going to get Taras's exclusive guide to copepods, which one and when to utilize within your aquarium. And I think this schedule is going to be imperative, thinking about the entry-level hobbyists, which copepods that they should be seeking to seed into their aquarium. And as they become more advanced and get different types of coral and different types of bioloads, which ones then should they be considering? And I'd love to see that. And so this is what you're promising, the ReefStock hobbyists that come up?
We grow 3 species here at my lab. We'll be talking about many, 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 many more than that. Talk about why I grow the ones I grow and the fact that, it's the beginning of a big iceberg. But the selection criteria is more important. I'm interested less in people being like, should I add pods to my tank? Should I add pods to my tank? Should I have one? More so, what are the characteristics of this pod? Am I going to dump this bottle in and will they breed? Will they have successive generations? If they have successive generations, the ones that are happy on the sludge, the algae, cyanobacteria, whatever I have there, the ones that live and have babies, they will adapt to my system, my world. If you're going to just dump the bottle in there and they're all going to get eaten either by design or the fact that they can't sell shop in that's a big discriminatory factor. And that's just the first criteria. And then, we get much more nuance. Some of them are giant spiky structures that you don't necessarily want, but it's fine if you can see. We'll go through it.
And that may be the misconception, right? Because sometimes you look inside of a bottle for copepods and you're looking for activity and you see these nice big copepods and you feel like you got the best value, right? Because you've got the biggest copepods, but that may be not what you need for your aquarium is those type of copepods you might be seeking somewhere else. So I like how that you've broke it down and you've made it easier for people to understand. I can tell you that ever since the beginning of my integration into the hobby, I've been obsessed with copepods because the reason I got into the hobby was the Mandarin goby. And this was 25 years ago. So that wasn't so easy to take care of. The little aquarium shop by my house had a big 300-gallon aquarium filled with live rock and algae in there. And he had one Mandarin goby and I wanted to have one. And he said I could not have one. And therefore my brain said I can prove you wrong. I'm going to get a Mandarin goby. And so I needed the copepods. And so then I became obsessed with kind of following that, but not as obsessed as you are, Taras. You are way beyond me in my knowledge.
I'm glad you mentioned that. Because I can't think of a better example. The Mandarin Dragonet alone is responsible for this new generation, surely the generation that came before me. It is the poster child for why you give a who about pods. And that could be very important down the line. There could be someone putting awful things in the water and telling everybody that they're a saint for it. And there might be some people that are like, well, wait a minute. Well, what was this going to do to the microcrustaceans? And they might be like, here's if you spray the microcrustaceans. By the way, we're going to start taxing you so we can stock shiners into the water. Well, what do shiners do?
So Ross, I think it's obvious to see why everybody, why I always want you talking at ReefStock, because you're just so passionate about what you do. I have one more question for you, and then my time is up with you, and I've got to move on to Mr. Richard Ross. But if, are there pods out there that have yet left undiscovered that you may discover?
Thousands, trillions.
Thousands.
That's the point of the whole talk. We need to get looking. We have 3 pods right now, and that's good stuff. And the people that derive those are good. And we have a couple more when you look for the higher end uses. But this is only to exercise that there's a lot. And then you got to keep in mind, okay, real quick. Okay, I just want people to look at pods like they look at fish. All right, there's nothing wrong with a goldfish versus a tuna, but they ain't the same. You wouldn't confuse the two. But then also think of copepods like the dog or the soybean. Now that we know what we're dealing with, we can selectively grow it. We can play with its genetics. We can craft the perfect microbot. And it doesn't have to be made of titanium or some metal we're going to have to fight a war over. We can grow it in a bucket with aeration principles, simple principles that aren't going to be copyrighted and contained by some.
Well, I'm all for it, Ross. I am definitely.
Everybody wants to do a podcast.
I'm getting behind you and your mission to discover the copepods that are needed, and I want you to name it the Pterosopod, because I saw in the comments earlier someone was asking for a copepod named after you. I think you deserve it, so I'm going to call it the Pterosopod. So we got to find it so that way we can have that vision come to life. And apparently people want me to dress up as a copepod. I don't think that's fair to say, because you're the one that's talking with so much knowledge about it. Why do I have to dress up as a copepod? This doesn't make sense. People are always putting me in a position where they want to make fun of me.
I don't know where I'm going to find the materials for all this. I have to get real crazy.
Oh my goodness. All right, Shiraz. On to the adventure for the Pterosopod, and on the way, we will do plenty of ReefStocks together, okay?
Great talking. I'll see you in Denver.
All right.
All right, see
Thanks,
you in
Ross.
Denver.
All right, on to Mr. Richard Ross. Hi. Hi.
Hello.
I had to press a button. Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm good. A little hairy today, running around like a crazy person. But besides that, I'm doing just fine. What about y'all?
I know that you're always running around like a crazy person, Richard. I just imagine it. I read all your Facebook posts. You always got somebody burning you, and I'm like, Richard, don't let them get to you. Don't let them get to you, Richard.
No, you're making the mistake that you think that Facebook is my life, and it is certainly not.
It's just a quick comment along your life.
Yeah,
I see it's a picture inside of your head and what bothers you, and I just want you to be happy, Richard. And you do such good things, and I love hanging out with you. Great insights that you always give me.
Thank you, sir. I've been pretty happy the last year, so things are going okay for me.
And I really enjoy your podcast with Ben.
Oh, thank you.
Shame he's not coming to the show this time, because
we've been taken over by Russians, as you can see by the logo behind me. So got to go to the front. Otherwise, he'd be there.
So they send Ben, and that is the plan, because
yes,
you're the real brains behind the operation there at Reef Beef. And is Ben the good looks? Because Ben is
the good looks. I'm not the brains man. That would be Snowman. Without Snowman, Ben and I would be, talking stupid, on a Facebook Live, and that's it, once every 7 months. But yeah, no, Ben was definitely brought in because he is so hot.
He's so good looking. Yeah.
So short hair, long hair, whatever, man. Ben is a good looking dude.
And the DGAF attitude that just adds to his, alluring factor, And,
that's right. Everyone likes a bad boy.
I read his Facebook posts because they're even longer and quite humorous as well. I've actually known Ben for quite some time. He was, I flew him to a Magna with me one time just because I thought he would be a great person to get to know, and he used my company's products, so I wanted to get to know him. And he, he definitely has a very deep mind there that you can learn from, and so
he's
a great part of the team. In fact, I feel like it's very unfair, Richard. You've done an amazing amount of stuff for the aquarium industry. It's very well documented. Your contributions to SBS, the Steinhardt Aquarium, and all of your talks, very well known. But Ben's done like 2 talks, and he's on Reef Beef too. How come that he doesn't get asked to speak, but you get asked to speak every time? Can you tell?
Ben does get asked to speak, actually a lot. But Ben is a aquarium maintenance person, and he runs his own shop, and it's a solo gig. So getting Ben away from his business is very hard. Is really what it comes down to. I mean, if he could fly out on a Friday night and fly back on a Sunday, he might be able to do more. But most things are not that anymore, because the fun part about going to these gigs is not rushing through. And he also has 3 kids who are at the age where he really wants to be near them. So I get it. It's a little complicated for Ben to get on the road.
Well, I've always enjoyed it. I reached out to him a couple of days ago because I noticed that he's been to several reef stocks to join the Reef Beef conversation, but he wasn't talking independently like you do. And I suddenly felt bad, like this was my fault that I didn't reach out and ask and say, Ben, I want you to talk separately too. And so I thought maybe there's a chip on the shoulder, like, hey, Richard always gets asked to talk, and I'm part of Reef Beef too. So where is my invite? And so I messaged him just purely to do this. Hey, I'm sure you'll be at ReefStock. And he's like, actually, no. And I had asked him to speak, and he's like, I do want to speak at the next one. So, and I've gone to his talk over at Magnum, that he did, and it was like tips and tricks learned from somebody that's had a maintenance company. And it was very helpful because it was all the different things that you might not think of that would help in your daily aquarium keeping, things that he's tried and failed at, and things that he's picked up to be like little shortcuts to help him along. And so definitely a great part of the team there. But
and it's definitely a part of the hobby that we don't talk enough with, mostly because the maintenance people are all out working. I mean, most of the maintenance people are solo shops, and getting them to get away can be difficult. So I'm kind of thrilled to have Ben on to kind of all the time to highlight that aspect of the hobby, because they see a lot of stuff and they do a lot of stuff all the time. So if you want to know how to do it either right or quickly, they know both of those things.
So between you and Ben, because I know both, I know Reef Beef can get edgy, right? And so full notice that when you come to the Reef Beef podcast, you could get offended by, if you're like thinking, hey, I know it all, or hey, this is going to be a nice, clean family environment. You might, this isn't a podcast for kids, right?
Well, it depends on what you think about kids. Because my kid, when my kid was 4 or 5 or something, I said to them, look, I'm not going to watch my language. So in order to be fair around you, so you can use whatever language you want as well, but only around me and around the house. If other people are here, both of us stop doing it. And they went, sure. And we never had a problem with that. So that's why I don't even think about it. But we had some people complain about, that we said some spicy language. And, the point of our show is to not be like every other show. But more importantly, it's to be representative of what happens at aquarium events after the show is over, right? So in the middle of the night, in the lobby of the hotel where there's 10 people, 20 people, whatever, hang out and talking. To me, that's like the juice and the heart of knowledge in the hobby. So we kind of want our show to be like that. So we don't have any problem with people, with language. We're rarely gratuitous, but in 2023 we were awarded the award for the most vulgar reef podcast. And that was given by Vulgar Reef Podcasts Annual. So which is us. So we're pretty happy.
Sounds like a shelf company that was existed to give an award to a company that wanted to be noticed for being vulgar.
Yeah, we've never hidden that. But now we might be moving to Russia, so we'll see.
Well, Richard, I was headed towards a direction between you and Ben. Okay.
Yes.
Who left unchecked on these podcasts is going to get Reef Beef into trouble the fastest?
Ben.
Between Ben, for sure.
100%.
Yeah, I think so.
100%.
Evaluation.
Yeah, I've also got 40 years of public performing behind me. I did it for a living for a long time, and I can turn it off and turn it on. It's not. I mean, vulgarness is just. It's like, it's just another joke, or it's just another word. You don't need it if you don't need it. You can just use other ones. So, yeah. And Ben, you can tell Ben, don't talk about X, and then he'll start talking about X. So
he just can't help it at that point because you put it into his mind. You've seeded his brain around this. The obsession occurs. Okay, we have 4 minutes left.
4 minutes.
4 minutes. We have 4 minutes left in your time slot. This is a quick like shot of each one. So, Richard, what are you going to be talking about at ReefStock, and how will it help the hobby?
Okay. Well, apparently I got 2 sessions at ReefStock. One is a Reef Beef session, and in that session, the part of Ben will be played by Sanjay.
I just saw that today. So Sanjay is coming in to sub for Ben.
He's got to wear a wig. We haven't decided yet.
Okay.
Or don't mention it too much, or Sanjay will get wind of it. Okay. So that's what we're doing, a Reef Beefy kind of thing where we talk reef stuff, frankly. So we have ideas about what to talk about, but I found in these sessions just what do the people here? What do we want to talk about? And I find that to be a delicious thing. In my more kind of regular talk, I'm going to be I'm looking at flow this year.
Flow.
So I'm going to spend the year considering, experimenting, and seeing if I can get a way together to be able to discuss and describe flow in a way that's useful to people. Flow is very strange, and there's a bunch of ideas about it that kind of don't really do what we want it to do, but they're easy to explain. So I want to see if I can figure out easier and more effective ways to talk about flow, but also to give a good general idea of what we're looking for in flow. And it's not just one thing, it's many things.
So I saw Jake give a talk about flow at Reef Currents down in Houston. Were you
recently
aware or
no.
part? No.
Okay,
Were you aware, or did you see that talk, or did he share his notes with you?
Yeah,
that talk?
Jake and I talked a lot about flow. I mean, we Gresham Hendy and I made the product. Oh my God, I can't remember what it was called. Oh my God, InstaFlow. Woo, woo, InstaFlow. Out of conversations with Jake about flow, because for several years all he would talk about was flow. And we were standing around in a group, and somebody said, Jake Adams, because flow is more important than water. And so we made a product. So yeah, Jake and I talked a bunch about flow. I wish he was still around, because a lot of what he and I were talking about was linear flow and boundary layer stuff. And what I'm finding so fascinating about flow, especially in our tanks, is we generate it with different pumps that throw different kinds of plumes of flow out, and how those plumes interact. And I think we very much are letting ourselves down by not using that flow interaction and gyres to our advantage more.
All right. Well,
so there.
I am excited to hear your talk on flow, because I did see Jake's, and I just want to see how it compares. And I'll let you know after the talk if you came anywhere close to you know?
Yeah. No,
Richard,
we should put a side by side of Jake's old talk and my new talk.
I don't know if it's documented anywhere. It was the same show that he discovered the P&W aquarium, right? The little micro reef.
Oh, yeah.
And it was right after my old show. We went over to Houston and I hung out with Jake there. But
Nice.
all right, Richard, you are always a pleasure. You make me laugh so hard when I watch your show. And so more people should check it out. Reef Beef. How often are y'all posting now on Reef Beef? Or
Reef Beef, we have a new show every other week. And then we have a chunk every other week.
Every other
so
week.
Twice a month.
Twice a month. Okay. All right. Well,
right on.
Well, go and check out the podcast. It will be very, very fun, educational, and entertaining, which is always, a spoonful of sugar, right? It definitely helps the medicine go down. So I love your approach. And that's why I have you at every ReefStock I can. And looking forward to having you at the show. Thank you, Richard, so much for coming on the live stream.
Much appreciated. I'll see you in a few weeks.
All right. See you.
See you, Richard. All right.
There he is, the great Chris Kapp. Oh,
how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good.
Yeah.
Looking forward to ReefStock. Getting close.
It is getting close. And are you have a booth this year?
Yes.
You do. And I always feel great when I see that you have a booth, because that isn't traditionally, you don't do a lot of booths at shows. And so this is like really the only show where you can go to a Chris Kapp booth.
It's the only show. I don't know how many ReefStocks I went to and had a booth. And then one year I was like, I'm not doing it. And I got to walk around and talk to everybody. And it was awesome. And then I saw all those vendors making so much money. And I'm like, okay, I got to split the difference here. So we just do a small frag tank. And then we can kind of come and go out of the booth as we need, as we want, more than anything else.
I know how you feel, because I used to run a show. And I was never able to fully experience this show. And then I stopped running that show, and Rob does most of the running of ReefStock. And so I just show up to ReefStock, and that feels much better. That feels way better.
You're still on the clock, but you're not as much.
Yeah. So. And Rob recently told me that I have to stop doing that, and that I have to, and this seems entirely unfair, because I just now got a taste of how many years did you not vend at ReefStock?
I took 3 years.
So shouldn't I have the same amount of time?
That sounds like an internal question to
Oh, Chris, you have an amazing shop. I've been coming to it for so many years, as long ago as the 50 Stores and 5 Days tour back with the old Fritz company that I was with. And saw the Monopora.
The Jedi Mind Trick, the giant one?
Yeah, and that blew my mind, and we featured it on the video. We did the coral montage. The epic coral montage was, I think, created around your aquarium there, aquatic art, there in the southern part of Denver. And one of the best reef shops in the country. I know I said that Fish Crew was one of the best aquarium stores in the country, a completely different type of thing. A reef shop is very different. And you are a pure reef shop. And so I love your store.
One of our local shops that you've been to, Neptune's, Sharon sold it, and it's no longer around, but there's so many calls for freshwater, because we just, on the south side of Denver, we don't have a good representation. There's a couple stores, but not like it used to be, especially with Sharon around. And I get so many calls, but I'm like, come on in. You never know. You might like what we have here, but it's been a really good year. And I think that being so focused on what we do has really helped us out quite a bit.
So how many years have you been doing it, Chris? First as a hobbyist and then professionally?
My first saltwater tank was in 1983. And it was the onyx and oyster shell. It was the wavy green hair algae. It was a train wreck. I didn't have any, but I was in high school. So, but as we are, next year is our 20-year anniversary for aquatic art. And so hobbyists a long time, but the business has been 20 years. And so we're real happy with that. It was a leap of faith for sure to start it, but it's just, our sales have increased every year the last 20 years. And so it's been really good.
And why shouldn't they? Because you do such a good job at it. And I just love coming to the, I remember when I first started with Fritz, when I was there with Fritz, I just wanted you to have my products in your store because it made me feel like it would make the products that much better, because now an expert, a true expert within the industry has accepted them. And so I remember just continuing to contact you and refine the product based on your feedback. And it helped. And so, but yeah, you're one of the most respected and prestigious shops that I know. So,
well, thank you. We appreciate it. We try, and we have Salem on board now, so it's kind of nice to. He brings some things that we couldn't answer that really hardly anybody can, and so it really rounded out our staff, and we have a really good staff, and staffing is important. You got to take care of them, and they have to be hobbyists, and that's what we have here. And there's so many times where they're talking to a customer, and I have to go over and get them because they go down these rabbit holes because they're hobbyists. They're passionate. They're talking about this and that. And I'm like, okay, hey, you got to help us out over here, but they just love it. So the staff, we have a really good staff right now. And so I'm really happy about that.
Yeah, he's excellent. I miss Salem. Great addition to your team there. And I hope he's doing really well. I know that you're an excellent mentor for Salem. He's got such a great and brilliant mind and so much enthusiasm and energy. So I'm sure you can do a lot with that landscape to continue to help him grow within the
totally. And he's helping us grow, in a lot of ways. And so it's very mutual. So
spends a lot of thoughts on different subjects that, a lot of time on different subjects that, really contribute to the future of the hobby. And so I'm glad that he's there with you. So
yeah, he keeps rearranging the shelf though, and it's driving me crazy. So I had to yell at him the other day. Hopefully he's watching. So he gets it.
I rearranged the whole studio 3 or 4 times with Salem, and so so I know
that's just how his brain works. It's going a mile a minute, and he just has to get that energy out. And so it's great because the whole staff, we're talking about this, and we're all just going down all these bacterial or amino acid or whatever wormholes, and we're all hobbyists, so we love it. And then we have a job to do. Well, let's go take care of customers.
He's a scientist at heart, not a salesman. And so a salesman salvages what was good and builds upon it. A scientist eradicates it down to the base level and says, let's start over. It's not right.
You're by concept, you're totally right. He's a good salesman too, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, he's not. He doesn't want to be a salesman. He's just a relationship guy with the scientist at heart. But that does make it difficult to continue to build upon something because he wants to learn it. Yeah, stop there. We've learned something. Now go back, do it all again until we learn something again. And so I really love Salem. So
I was going to tell you one thing. Luke Adams came in. And we got his tank up and going again.
That's exciting.
Oh, nice.
We're super happy about it. He came in a couple weeks ago and got, some bacteria and some different things, and then he came for his clownfish with his kids. So we're happy that he's diving back in. So he'll be at ReefStock as well. I think he told me that. I gave him tickets, so I'm like, you have to go. So I'm sure he'll be there. But that was fun.
That would be
cool
great
to have him. It's
anything
cool to
he needs, we have access to. So if you need some supplies to funnel to him, just let me know, and I'd be happy to help arrange that. Since
I hooked him up. Plus, I have all these frags, Jake lineage corals that for sure are going to go to him, and so they're just waiting for his tank to kind of mature a little bit. But
so, Chris, I've never seen you speak at one of these events. How come that is?
I did. I can't remember ReefStock 2019 here. So Jake came in one day and he told me, Chris, he asked me every year, and he finally said, Chris, if you speak at ReefStock Denver, then I'll fly you to Australia and you can speak at ReefStock Australia. And how could you say no to that? So
you did do
spoke
that?
at both. Yep, I did both of them. Yep. Yeah,
so
and
you
it was
spoke
fun.
in 2019, but you see, I'm not currently Reef Builders isn't currently putting a show in Australia right now, just because hey, we had to reorganize, right? When we carried on after Jake. So it makes sense that we wouldn't have the same capabilities that we had with Jake, right? And so we probably will return back to Australia one day in the future, and I can make you that deal. But until then, I feel like I should just be able to keep saying, when we go to Australia, if you speak now and the next show and the next show and the next show, when I go to Australia, then I'll promise to take you. And
then
I think that should work, because I feel like you're being rather selfish, Chris. I mean, you have all this up in your head and you want to keep it all to your own. You're not creating content, putting all that out there all the time. We don't have a list of Chris Cap how-tos.
I don't know if my expertise translates like some of your other speakers. They're so good at what they do. And mine is, we talk about bryopsis and bubble algae all weekend, every weekend, and so some of that definitely does relate, because most of the hobbyists don't want to hear about, different bacterias and everything. They're well beyond that, or that's way down the road for them. They want to know, how do they keep their fish alive and how to do water changes, and so,
right.
And it's really nice, and I think that's where our expertise comes in more. And but I don't know, if I find a good topic, then I'll reach out. How about that?
Well, see,
But
I'm teaching the intro to reef keeping class at this coming ReefStock, right? And I had set it up for Vegas, but Mark Levinson just kept talking, and he's really so rude that I was supposed to be on stage, and like half of my time slot was gone, so I folded and let him bully me around. And so I will be doing the intro to reef keeping class, but you see, that is 90% of the hobby, right? Like, most of the hobby is not at the level where they can get to understanding the finer details to go into, intermediate and professional. They're getting in, and more every day as it gets easier. Like you said, you were on the phone with someone that was looking for freshwater, but it's not so hard to convert the idea to get them into saltwater instead, because the cost of entry has lowered, the understanding, filtration has gotten better. So I feel like you fit right into 90% of the people that want, and you're very much needed.
I think that, most of them, and, we as a hobby, probably don't have as many tanks out there as we used to. And I think a lot of these people get online, and you can hear 10 different things for the same problem, and probably 5 of them are correct. You can do it that way, and so they don't know what to do, refugium or not refugium. What we try and do is we just try and get them in here and go, this is how we do it, and you can see that we're successful. So take some of these steps, and then you can, take them back. But if you can get them past the first 6 months, then they're lifelong hobbyists. It's those first 6 months that when they put their, 2 weeks in, their paddle blue tang in, and then get ick and everything dies, then I see their tank on Craigslist, and so we just have to get them through that first 6 months, and then they're hobbyists that will start, automating, or they'll start growing acros, or, moonshiners, or all that stuff. But it's the first 6 months is the hard part.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
I agree with you there. And I even did a video kind of, what to do if you want to get in the hobby and you don't have a ton of funds. There is always one on Craigslist or Marketplace, probably less Craigslist now. I mean, is anyone doing that anymore? Maybe. But the Marketplace, Facebook Marketplace, I went and found an aquarium on the Marketplace and showed everyone, what to do to bring life back into that, because there's always someone getting rid of it. And so if you want to get in, if you just want to put the effort into it, you could do something like that. The goal would be just letting people know, don't let that be a barrier to entry, the expense getting in, because there's always that opportunity if you look for it. And so, well, I think that you should consider it, Chris. I think you should start. I got a couple of comments here. Coral warfare and compatibility would be a great topic for Chris, coming from Kumar. And then let's see. Joshua Allen says proper QT in stores. And Josh Thomas said Chris is a legend. And then up above it, someone said that Mark Levinson is a great speaker, right as when I said that he bullied me around. And so no one's taking up for me on this thread, apparently. But people do agree with me that you should speak at one of the upcoming ReefStocks. So.
You guys and Rob are pretty persuasive. You never know.
Rob will get you. So
he will.
But
he'll wear me down.
Yeah. Yeah. For sure. All right. Well, Chris, it's awesome to talk to you. Thank you so much for coming and vending at ReefStock, because I definitely am going to show that off as, an asset to the show, that you are there helping people get started with aquarium keeping.
Yep. Sounds great. Looking forward to it.
All right. Thanks, Chris. I appreciate it.
Talk to you later.
Bye. Tia Davis.
I love that you were turned around doing something else.
You weren't ready. You weren't
I
ready.
wasn't. I'm so sorry.
Ready.
You
were watching the screen the whole time, waiting for this moment, and then as soon as you turned around, that's when I decided to blitz you with the camera.
You'll have to excuse where I'm at. I'm actually in the middle of a consult, so I'm helping out David Day with his clownfish, which is actually related to what I'm going to be talking about. So. One of the big things that I came down here helping him out with the first time was nutrient management with the clownfish. And I said, hey, put in this prototype refugium inside your giant systems. And I mean, they are giant. And I said, see if we can get something going that's going to absorb your nutrients. So I think I'm going to try a new one here in maybe a couple months once we get some of these bigger grow outs set up. With some sodium and some Graciliera, and see if we can't test some of these theories. And so what I'm going to be talking about is I studied with a lab that I used to work at what each species of macroalgae did specifically, because you'll see papers in the ocean or in like a health aspect or pharmaceutical, but nobody's really saying, hey, if I put this species of algae in there, what is it absorbing? What makes it grow well? What makes it grow more dense? What kind of specific trace element does it drink, and what am I doing when I'm failing? So I genetic tested every single strain that I got. I have over 76 different ones. I make sure, do they like to be tumbled? Do they like to be attached? And we're wanting to kind of play around in this sort of application for the hobbyists. What exactly can we do to prove Codium absorbs this, Graciliera absorbs this and inhibits bacteria with this chemical, and see if we can put some of this theory to practice. So that'll be so fun. I'll be talking about it there.
That'll be really cool.
Wants me to bring some, but I don't know. We'll see.
That is an amazing talk, and a lot of research and effort that would go into getting that information to share. So this is very valuable. And I would expect nothing less from you, Tia, because I came in with very high expectations. I read your intro and bio on the announcement for your ReefStock speaking, and I expect the world now. I mean, knowing everything. I mean, Evie wrote it and went and got. I mean, I feel like she stalked you. I would feel very uncomfortable if I were you. Someone knowing that much about me.
I'm honored for Evie to stalk me. Only Evie.
But you've done a ton of work within the aquarium industry that I don't think most people know everything, and so great little read just on your bio there of everything you've been involved with. And so if your talk isn't just amazing, I'm going to be very disappointed, and I'll have to tell you after the show. So
I'm hoping it's not too many charts and numbers. I've noticed you kind of have to like, oh, look at the pretty colors. Okay, you got it. Don't look at the chart too hard. People start getting freaked out.
Yeah.
The spoonful of sugar, right? That we were talking about with Richard Ross earlier. It helps the medicine go down. So you have to find your own unique way to get the hard information into them. And so but I'm sure you've got it down pat,
I hope so. I've only been working on the PowerPoint for like a month, month for this specific talk, but a year trying to analyze all of the data. I had almost 800,000 data points whenever finally the contract was over. And I went through and looked at the 2 years of every single time I scanned for 8 hours a day. I was like, oh my gosh, there's so many conclusions you could come to with this. I want to make sure that we repeat this over and over and over before we start saying, oh yeah, this does this, and to the hobbyists, and then them get disappointed.
Well, amazing. I love your topic, and I think it'll be impressive. And so I know, Evie, you did more research on Tia and everything that she's done in her life. Do you have some questions for Tia? I bet you do.
Well, first off, did you find or figure out a new recipe for the algae salad?
Oh, you know it. So I actually, this weekend, I have in a, like, it's kind of like an antique mall sort of vibe, but it's all like homesteaders who are growing sourdough, and, you know, they have duck eggs there. And I am only doing algae extracts and algae foods there. So hopefully there'll be more pictures coming out of that. And of course I had the little tanks if somebody wants to try it at home. But no, I've got powders you can add to sourdough. I gave some to Hillary Yaffe and she tried them out for me.
Oh, that's cool.
I've got some cool extracts made with lotion. I was able to actually extract off the waxy coating for Halimeta. And it's very similar to beeswax chemically. So I've made some candles and I've made some other things. I've got the algae smell out. Don't worry. But
let's get some algae lip balms going on.
Algae lip balms I actually have. It's very fun. Very, very fun.
That's cool. So that's got to be like a really extensive process, breaking all of that down. Are you going to start sharing that with everybody and like showing off some of the cool experiments that you're doing with it?
I can. I think actually I sat down with Amanda at one of the shows last time. She's like, so how do you make this? And I break out the textbook and I'm like, well, I have an SOP, but it's 7 pages long. You need a $500 copper distiller, but you can do it. You just have to buy the equipment. So it's, some of it can be made at home. Like if you dehydrate, I know, for example, the grape callirpa, you can dehydrate and make a powder and it will stain. So some stuff you can make with home equipment and a blender and an oven. Some things you need like a cold process nano emulsion hemp extractor to do.
Holy cow.
There's ranges of things. And there's actually lots of SOPs out there. It's just a lot of it's written in jargon. So I keep hoping I'm going to make an algae cookbook one day when I get done with everything else I've got going on.
Algae, beauty, and snacks. Snacks.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that'll be cool.
Yeah.
So what day are you coming in?
So that's what we were actually planning. I have a consult in Thailand I'll be coming back from 2 days before. So it depends on if I can get done a little bit earlier there. We'll fly in to Denver, and then that'll give me a lot more time to go around. I'm excited for like the things that you guys are doing for the speakers. I don't know what all you've given away, but I'm super excited to be there and take questions and meet up with people and see the aquarium, and I'm excited.
It's going to be a good time.
I've never been to Denver, so we're excited.
You've never been to Denver?
I've never been to Denver.
Denver
I've never
is
been
amazing.
actually.
But you're
west
going to Thailand
Mississippi
before
River.
you come to Denver.
Yeah.
Thailand.
We may not.
Then back home first, right? And then Denver.
There's really
That's what
good
I'm thinking.
ramen
Do I
in
go back
Denver.
home or do I just fly into Denver? That's the question.
So we could definitely take a
I would say that you go back home just to reset for a second, because Thailand straight to Denver, we may have to
change.
We'll just need a nap.
Your talk may pop up, and then you're not there because you're all upside down, you know, and you're like,
Well, I would come in a couple days early, get the jet lag off me before I don't sleep the entire trip.
Wow. Oh my God. The jet lag is real.
But she spoke for ReefStock before. She spoke in Chattanooga, right?
I did. That was
Did you like the Chattanooga location? Isn't that
loved it? I was so disappointed when people were like, oh, I didn't want it. I'm like, Chattanooga's fun. You've never been to Chattanooga if you don't think Chattanooga's fun. There's a lot of local things that kind of have its own culture.
You know, Chattanooga could have flown. It just, you know, it was just after, you know, there was a lot of changes going on, and then we tried to schedule it on a short year, and then just had a couple things go wrong and kind of hiccup into the first show. But I really think that given another chance with a lot of like heartfelt urging on our parts. Like, this is why we can see it being amazing, because the whole block is so cool. Like, there's all the different breweries to go to. There's the Tennessee Aquarium, and then it just felt like a great, like, have you ever been to Regional Aquatics Workshop?
I don't think I have. I don't think I've gone to that one yet. I'm fairly new to the show circuit, so this is all. I'm usually in places like this and helping people out, and I'm not so much in the show side. They go sell things.
so they have a show called Regional Aquatics Workshop, and it's a professional show just for professional aquarists at public aquariums and professional facilities. And all of these guys get together. I don't know what's going on over the left here. We have just some dogs knocking over things. But this Regional Aquatic Workshop inspired me to want to have something similar for, the hobbyists, because it's just professional minds getting together and they're just talking all the time. It facilitates this, great discussion, right? And so I felt like Chattanooga had that ambiance where we could do that. So maybe again, one day in the future, we should try.
Not on Jeep Invasion, because apparently everybody in East Tennessee is obsessed with Jeeps. So that's like a mecca that weekend.
Is that when we did it before?
Yeah, you had it on Jeep Invasion.
How do you
and
know?
I mean,
Like,
they take
these shows
seriously in the mountains, man. It's a whole sport.
See, that would be a blind spot that you would not know in planning a show. You could be like, okay, there's no other shows. That's first thing you want to look at. Okay, location. This is, reachable, and there's hobbyists here, and it's beautiful, and there's plenty to do. Such a long list. Who would have thought? Is it Jeep Invasion Week? Does anybody know if it's Jeep Invasion Week in Chattanooga?
So I would never have looked for anything that you're like Bigfoot convention. That's a thing. There's a lot of weird stuff here.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you went to that, and that's when you did your algae salad, right? Like, and
I brought
that did not
pretty
look
much
good.
the entire greenhouse. I had all my tanks set up, and I brought out some of the corals that I was trying to give Meckley, the Jake's weeping willow that I had pictures of on the post, but it didn't make it. But I found later a nubbin on my rock, so hopefully we can get that to Meckley or whoever's going to grow it out. So that'll be good. Get Jake's weeping willow.
Meckley or Cap, or if you wait like 6 months, the new studio will be up and going. And if you trust me enough, which I wouldn't, I definitely
whoever will take
trust
care of it. That's
enough, but Evie will be there.
I'll be there to take care of it.
And so, well, I think you're amazing, Tia. You've contributed so much already to the aquarium industry, and you're so young, so much more to contribute over the years. Like, I feel like you're kind of, how old are you, Tia? I'm sure it was in your bio.
A few days ago. So
you just turned 30?
I just turned 30. I'm getting married in March. I'm a little bit on the younger side. I'm just now getting started. So
yeah.
Congratulations, by the way. And so you're full 11 years younger than me, but still 9 years older than Salem, which that's the young of the young, right? And so
he's grad, man.
So I was about to say you're cut from kind of the same cloth as Salem, this young mind that can contribute for many years. And so, and you are really, so only 30, so that means at least 11 more years until you start to really slip,
I am retired now. That's what throws people off is I'm like, I'm retired. And they're like, oh, you're how old again? I just sold off that work with the lab. I sold off the assets of the macroalgae farm. So we're starting over, and I'm doing it right this time. I'm going to have it hydros and teched out. It's not going to be wood air stones for skimmers this time. I'm excited.
So when are you doing that?
So that's actually under construction now. The building got delivered this past weekend. We have the booth set up at that store. So we're getting it going now. We're going to have electric and plumbing within a month. So
wow. Okay, so you have to invite me to document,
Oh yeah. Well, last time I wanted to do it with the channel, and I asked the person I have a contract with, I was like, can they come? They're like, no, patents. And I was like, oh, lame.
You should have canceled the contract then and just been like, listen.
Well, I'm done now. I'm free. He's a free elf.
Well, definitely hit me and Evie up with that information. I love to come and document because, hey, I am, I'm smart with a lot, but not everything. And so I'm always willing to accept that. And if I don't know the answer, I'd love to go and get it. And so, so let me know when you're going to be setting that up, because I'm sure the video would be awesome watching you build up the concept.
Speaking of awesome videos, I can't be here at the Clownfish Company and not show you some of these cool ReefStocks. And this is very behind the scenes. This is something that they called me to come work on. I don't know, because it's about to be lights off, if you can see. Does anybody know what those are?
There's our clownfish. Those look like, maroon and white. I can't quite tell. It's kind of grainy from the stream.
They kind of look like is it a maroon? Is it a lightning? It kind of also looks like a panda bear.
Peacekeeper maroon.
Oh, they're peacekeepers?
Peacekeepers.
Okay.
And he has a couple of them. We've got, I think, 8 pairs here.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Maybe you can see that one a little bit better. It's hard to do with a laptop. I wish I'd stayed on my mobile.
It just has a reflection there on it.
Yeah.
I see.
I'll post some pictures. I'll put them on the page here.
Yeah.
Oh, here, let's get in the light. Show you some of these ones. There we go.
Oh, wow. Yeah, there we go.
So what are you doing with those? What are you working on?
So he has a clownfish breeding facility. And I worked at a clownfish breeding facility for years and years and years and years. And also, I kind of reached out to him, hey, I want to work together because I want to incorporate some of these macroalgae prototypes. Because if you want ammonia and bioload, man, this type of facility is where it's at with all these giant fish. And I mean, they've got some really nice blue ones they're working on with some cool genetics there.
Oh, yeah, that's really nice.
We're trying I personally am really interested in getting some of these macroalgae prototypes going and then make miniature versions for hobbyists. But he has so many amazing pairs.
Oh,
He's got zombie, I think it's, hey, Max, what's the really cool one? The zombie, is it frostbites that we have that just laid a nest on the second?
I haven't even heard of that one.
It's new. I don't even think they have that listed anywhere. Where's that one at? Right on the other side. And I mean, they just laid a clutch. That's a really cool thing to show you. Here they are. We've got some salt creep on it, but so these are the only ones. I mean, that's a zombie Robert King.
Wow.
Frostbite. So
look at
they've got some really awesome genetics we're hoping to have out there and available. And if we can use macroalgae to kind of help out with the bio load and make it easier on them too, and they can have more macroalgae for sale, and you can ask them to buy it. And so that
if you can, I've seen a lot, of these different clownfish creations, right? And just constantly innovating. And I always get tricked by the blue one every year that someone posts on April 1st. And I don't look down. I feel so upset that they keep doing this with the blue one, because that's what I've been waiting for, is someone to make it blue. And so
they're trying. Anytime that black pigmentation overlaps with white, it will make a pseudo blue effect. So they have some blue snowflakes. I'm looking, this one kind of has it, not quite. And this lighting doesn't help because this is more like a breeding facility than a show off how cool the fish is. But anytime that black overlaps with white, that's what makes that blue color. You sometimes see them on fancy snowflakes. So if you could get a Wyoming whitey effect with the black overlay, you could have some blue clownfish. And then
I'm going to put you on the project, Tia. And since it was really, my idea, technically, way down the line somewhere, diluted there. You can just name it, the Hailstorm Clown. And I would appreciate that. So if you can make that happen.
I will put it in the suggestion box.
Okay. All right. Well, Tia, we are so glad that you came onto the live stream. We have Chad from Reef Nutrition next that we're going to be talking with. And so we're going to be bringing him on. We will see you the week of ReefStock. And until then, just shoot us any messages of anything interesting. And then we can plan out a time for me to come and document what you're doing there.
Heck yeah, will do. Once it's up and going, you're the first call I'll make.
Okay.
All right, cool.
All right. Thanks, Tia.
Thank you, Tia.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Mhm.
Oh, it is chat. There we go.
There he is. He's a little blurry.
He is a little blurry.
I'm blurry. It's weird.
You're a little, just a little slightly
Just a little
blurry.
blurry.
Huh.
I wonder if maybe it just needs to focus in a little bit more. You know, like if it, you know, like if you could, are you?
Or there might. Are you on a laptop? You may have to wipe your lens on the screen. It may have a little.
Yeah, because it looked clear in the waiting room.
Well, it
It
actually
does.
did look clear, and then it looks like it lost its focus a little bit. So you might have to.
Oh man, what the heck? Wonder if I should leave and come back.
You leave and come right back, and we will just wait right
Yeah.
here, and we won't go anywhere.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're not supposed to go anywhere.
Okay.
All right.
How'd you like that whole charging cable, phone, tablet dump on the floor thing the dogs did? That was epic.
That made me distracted, and I was trying to learn.
I'm trying
Hey, there you go.
There we go.
How are you, Dad?
That's the resolution we're looking for. I'm good. I just finished a 12-hour travel day. I'm in Florida in my dad's spare room. And so, yeah, coming to you live from Fort Myers, Florida.
Oh, wow. Very nice. I was just there a few months ago, going through kind of doing the around the edge of Florida tour. Lots of cool shops. Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, I'm hitting up the shops, and I'm here for the Florida Frag Swap in Lakeland, which is this Saturday.
Okay.
So.
Love Josh. Great show there. He's doing great. I'm watching his family grow. So super cool show. Reef Nutrition, you've been a part of it for so long. Ever since like before I came around over there in my last company. So well over a decade. Tell me how you got into the hobby with Reef Nutrition, a little bit about, the full breadth. I doubt anyone is confused about Reef Nutrition because everybody knows them, but just in case, just a little bit about it. And then what will you be bringing to ReefStock this year?
Yeah, so I've been with Reef Nutrition for about 18 years now. Man, time flies. And before that, I just had this career in aquaculture. I've done a lot of different breeding projects, breeding food fish in Hawaii. I worked at ORA, which a lot of people here know that company, Oceans, Reefs, and Aquariums. And, a lot of live feeds experience is necessary for those kinds of jobs. And so I came to Reed Mariculture with all that skill in live feeds aquaculture. And they wanted me to start growing copepods, different species for different uses, and help perfect the rotifer culture. And that's how I got my start at Reed Mariculture Reef Nutrition. And Reef Nutrition is 20 years old now. So yeah, it's been really cool to be a part of the brand and really, be out at the trade shows and spread the good word and things like that. But for those of you here, and thanks everybody for joining in. I appreciate it. For those of you here that don't know much about us, we are primarily a food manufacturer. That's kind of our lane that we're in. We're very experienced in culturing marine phytoplankton. We have the largest marine phytoplankton farm in the United States. And we also grow a lot of things with the algae. We grow live feed organisms that help to support aquaculture and the hobby, copepods, rotifers, and we're also working now on live mysis. And so that's something that we're putting a lot of effort into. We've got a lot of space dedicated to it. We've done some R&D, so now we're looking to really get good densities, good quantities, and start hitting the customers with these options. And I can tell you right now, a lot of the public aquariums are very excited about this.
Oh yeah,
because they're a huge pain in the butt to grow, and they take up a lot of space, and they're very demanding. So this is something that a lot of people are interested in. So hopefully we can supply multiple customers with these. But it's in its infancy right now. So that's something new that we're coming out with, hopefully later this year. So yeah, and just kind of turning the algae into things that we can bring into aquaculture, into the hobby, into public aquariums, things like that. So that's been really cool. And we're also getting into the freshwater side of the hobby with our TDO, our pelleted food. And so we've repackaged that for freshwater, and we're starting to slowly, you know, kind of get it into the hobby and doing some of the shows like Aquashella and the LA Pet Fair down in Southern California to really, you know, hit the pavement, meet some of these freshwater people. People have already been using it in freshwater aquaculture and hobbyists for years now. So we figured we would do some pre-printed packaging that makes it more relatable to a freshwater hobbyist. So they see the packaging, they see images of fish that they might have in their tank versus a reef scene, which can be confusing to a freshwater hobbyist. So, those are some of the big projects we're working on this year.
Yeah, you've always got something that you're working on. You've done a really nice job there with Reef Nutrition. That's definitely an asset to the company. Just so passionate about what you're doing, and that's why everyone loves you. And so, very nice job there. So you the fact that you're getting into live mysis now that blows my mind, and that must be an incredible feat there that you're doing there at Reef Nutrition.
Yeah, it's a steep learning curve right now with these guys because we're just trying to adapt them to our systems. And, you know, we grow a lot of rotifers, and an enriched rotifer is a great live feed organism for mysis for all life stages. You know, when they're newly hatched, they can eat the rotifer. When they're adults, they can eat rotifers. And so we produce lots of rotifers. That's something we do anyway. And so we have upwards of 2 billion rotifers on hand at any given time. And so we can really support this effort with what we're already doing without really expanding that side of it, culturing more rotifers. And it's great that we have different specialists within the company. So there's somebody who specializes in rotifers, and so he gets us these rotifers for the mysis. We bring them over, and that way we're biosecure. You know, we're not cross-contaminating. We're not going from mysis to rotifer and back. You know, we don't want to cause any issues with, you know, the biological aspect of what we do. That's something we take very seriously. And so and the good thing about mysis is they'll eat rotifers. They'll eat just about anything you put in the tank. I mean, they cannibalize their own young, which can be tricky. And so, yeah, they're very ravenous eaters. You know, they'll eat.
I did not know that about mysis. It's terrible.
That's one of the challenges.
Fish.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, that's one of the reasons why a lot of people kind of avoid it and, you know, don't want to grow them and don't want to aquaculture them. So hopefully we can, you know, fill some gaps in public aquariums and you know, in breeding, people breeding weedy sea dragons, other, you know, other signathids. You know, they love live mysis for those animals. And so hopefully we can, you know, help those people out and, you know, get more weedy sea dragons in the world, you know?
Yeah.
So I've heard you referred as the Copa God, right? Like, have you heard this before? And
Gosh,
so I just imagine you lording over the copepods, you know, and kind of teaching them how to behave and act. And so maybe with the mysis, right, you can get them to stop eating their own young, right? And I just feel like that would be the right place to start with the mysis. Therefore, and it would even help with the growing of the mysis, so that way you have more to start with, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll work my magic, you know, create some disciples, and then they can disseminate information onto the
that's how you work it, right? So you start with a few, and then it goes viral, right?
And they spread the word.
Viral, so yeah. More like a focus on 12, right?
Yeah.
And just okay. Well, you know, be careful. There's always one that kind of turns its back on you, and you might have to watch out. And so, because those copepods, even though they're not as bad as mysis, and this is why I'm warning you, because I feel like you might come into it thinking that they'll be as nice as the copepods were. But, you know, with the mysis, I feel like you should be fair warned that they do eat their own young. I learned just earlier in the conversation. So.
Yeah. Gosh, what a thing.
So you're going to do that for us, and then we'll have more live, you know, foods to feed through Reef Nutrition, and we definitely appreciate how you've contributed to that space. And you've always been fun, super nice to me, which I know is hard to do at every show. But You've been a pleasure. And so love having you at ReefStock. We got to get you speaking sometime, right? Again, 18 years of experience just at Reed. And then before that too at ORA and some aquaculture facilities. So I feel like you've been holding out on us, and why not share with everyone else, Chad?
Yeah, absolutely. That would be really fun. And yeah, and I just, I want to thank you guys and the rest of your team for keeping ReefStock going. I've been doing this show since I can remember, and it's just amazing. And for anybody that's in the watching now, reach out to these people when you see them at the show and thank them for what they do, because you guys work your tails off for this kind of thing. And we really appreciate that as vendors.
Well, I can tell you Jake and I, when we got into trade shows, right? Like Jake had his when I got started, and I went to his trade show as my very first one, and he was so nice to me. I got there at like 7 a.m. because I was like super serious about this situation, because on Friday, got there at 7 a.m. to Denver, and I get there, it's not open, nobody's there. Jake is there, and he lets me into the room, and this is my first show, so he talks to me, tells me, hey, I've never met you before. And I'm like, oh, I don't know anyone. So it was really nice to me. He told me some things to do down in Golden, obviously, because that's where he was at. And so I went, and he's like, these are the 3 things to do. So I went to the Coors Brewery. I went to look at dinosaur tracks there. And then I can't remember the third. That was probably some sort of lesson that I was supposed to retain, the third thing I did there. But I came back, and he was impressed that I actually did his suggestions. Apparently not a lot of people do. And we became friends. And then we talked a lot about trade shows, and I wanted to build this big, massive, mega one. And he was happy and content with doing his ReefStock. And I just kept saying, why don't you do this? Why don't you do this? And he won the argument long term, because even though I might have created a show that got 6,000 or 7,000 people in attendance, I had to have 2 53-foot trucks bring all the stuff at every show. And so the setup took 3 days. The breakdown took a couple of days. And when I saw the first ReefStock that I was involved with, and it literally was put into the back of a pickup truck, and he just, and that was it.
Right.
And I was like,
yep,
this is not fair. I tried so hard. And in the end, he had the last laugh. But yes, we loved keeping the show going. We want to just see it continue to grow. We've tried a couple times to go different places. We don't want to go where everybody else is. I know other manufacturers and brands, me being from that side of it, they're annoyed with that theme. Like, don't go where we already have a show. So we're looking for different places to continue to grow the brand, because we feel like it's such a great home there in Denver. So thank you for being in attendance and supporting the show. And next year we'll have you speak, and you can share how well that you trained these mysis shrimp, and let me know how that turned out.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that's it. That'd be a good one.
Okay.
Right
All
on.
right.
All right, guys.
Well, thank you, Chad, and we'll see you at the show.
All right. Yep. See you then.
Chad.
Bye, everybody.
Thanks.
All right. Well, hello,
Mrs.
Vanessa.
Glass. How are you?
People. I'm great.
It looks like it's like daylight where you're at. Where are you?
No, there's a halo of light above in my office. It's like the it keeps me going.
Kind of got like a skylight effect going on.
It does. Amongst the wires.
I knew you were angelic. Always have this halo just following you around everywhere you go.
Yeah. Probably not.
So how is it? I'm in Kansas City right now, so I'm not down in Dallas like you. How is things going?
We made it through the freeze, so and power outages were limited, and our retail store was no power outages, so that was good. Yeah, I mean it was a little cold, but it was fine.
So I love that. I love your story, Vanessa, because you have your own retail shop that you've had for
25 years this year.
25 years. So
yep.
You are not somebody that, just decided, squirrel and decided to jump into the aquarium industry, right? You've seen those before, right? But you have 25 years of actually having your own shop.
Yeah.
And what was really cool is, I've seen you be a part of different things with that knowledge that you've, that came to you through running the shop, and this one is truly impressive. So you have this brand Homebrew, where you have created a line of products for corals and the reef aquarium. Can you tell me more about these mixes, which with awesome names too?
Yeah.
So
and excellent packaging.
Yeah, the packaging is premium. I think it looks really good. And so tell me about Homebrew and the fans here that are on the page, what Homebrew is in case they didn't know, and what you will be bringing to the show there at ReefStock. So
Sure. So Homebrew Live Feeds was created in 2023. I feel like, yeah. I guess this is our third year. But it's been a vision actually of mine. I think about 15 years ago was whenever this was something that I knew that I was gonna be doing. And when I saw the opportunity to be able to move forward with that and start research and development and things like that, we've always fed coral, always believed in feeding coral. That's like always been a thing. And I think the better you have nutrients for your aquarium, the better it's going to end up being for them, for their long sustainable life. And so the vision for Homebrew started 15 years ago, and that was the marketing, the packaging, the everything. So all of those things were already put into place. So I had the vision. All I needed was to put a couple of blocks into place, and then here we go.
And this, you make it sound easy, Vanessa, but I have been following along with your adventure, and this is especially with the instructions that you got from Salem and helping you with one of your feeds. This has been no easy task, and I think Salem did give you some feedback over the last couple of years, and you actually made a product that was to his standards and requirements for him, right?
Yeah. So I hate calling him a kid, but I love that kid. He's pretty amazing. I always do it. I apologize to him every time. I'm like, I'm sorry. I know you're, but anyway.
He's still a kid. Yeah.
I know, right? But he's great.
He's a nice one.
Yeah.
Mature beyond his years.
So. Absolutely wise, right? So yeah, no, it was really great for him to pitch in and help with that for sure. I know our product line has in the last 3 years, we've switched from our original lines, I guess the original products, and they've been developed. Like every single series of batches gets better and better and better. And we switched production managers, and that's really when our key points started coming in. So we have a on-staff microbiologist, and man, that guy's brilliant. Like some days I'm super impressed with his just whatever comes out of his mouth from his brain, I guess.
They try to use big words on us just to confuse us. Like, therefore, we believe
Staphylococcus, so and so Latin something out or other. No, no, it's been an adventure for sure, and I'm glad to see it through. Like every batch just gets better and better and better. We're we have our own biosecure laboratory here that we are very excited to just stick to strict biosecurity. We started with originally we started with laboratory cultures, but now with our different bacterial planktons that are being added to our product line, that's some things that actually we've developed, and so it just the nutrition just gets better and better and better and better. So it's pretty exciting.
No, it seems like you certainly continue to just, you're never happy with where you're at, so you continue to invest in, or you just would have an aquarium shop, right? And so so you now have your own line of foods, and I'm always excited to see what will be next. But I know that you've done an impressive amount of development. I know that you've partnered with the guys over there, Chad and Orlando, with Aquarium Supply Distribution to help bring awareness and more stores to carrying your product. And can you tell me what's next for the brand? Is there anything brand new that you can blow my mind with, like, live mysis and, Chad over there, building out mysis disciples. So.
Yeah, that was awesome. Oh, I laughed my rear off. So we just had our 2026 goals meeting, and we do have some product lines in the or some different products coming up in the bend. But what is most immediate that's going to be debuted at ReefStock this year is our Reef Secrets. So those are our pods. And our pods stand out kind of amongst the crowd of pods, even though it's the same species. Our pods are raised in a biosecure room where they are raised in our own specialized cocktail blend. And they are Vibrio free, salmonella free, hydra free, rotifer free. Except, I mean, they are everything free. So it's just amazing goodness. And I think, the goal has always been to strive to bring the next level into the industry to where I guess there's been some research, and I was wondering if Taras had I asked him in the chat, but I was wondering if he had seen any of their research coming up about rotifers carrying viruses. Because a lot of these brands I don't like that you get out there of pods, whether it's whomever, smaller brands or whatever the case, their biosecurity may not be exactly precise. They could have rotifers in there. I mean, who knows, whatever the case. So interesting research going on. So it's good to pick up on.
I only know a little bit about what that looks like with the biosecurity, because I did, for a very short stint, try to bring on some phytoplanktons, copepods, and things like that to Fritz's offering when I was with them. And there was a company out in Chicago that would do it. We're doing it, Aquatech Co. Mark Vera up there. And I went and visited this facility, and he literally was put like a spacesuit on, to go in there. And then each room was plasticed off, and you had to close. It's kind of like if you ever been to the butterfly pavilion, and they can't let any butterflies out. You got to have door and then another door, and then so many seconds between each door. And so, but that's because mainly some of the rotifers, he said, can be just infect everything. And then he said also the different types of easier growing phytoplanktons can also infect some of the other
nanocropsis. Yeah, it's like a little weed.
But that stuff's hard to it's coming out live, and so you have the challenge, right, of shipping this product and maintaining its shelf life. And so
no, that's something different that we do. So very sorry, I hate to cut you off, but very exciting stuff. So the definition of what a plankton is, whether it's a bacterial plankton, phytoplankton, whatever, is that it essentially goes with the current. Like that's how it flows around, the current, right? So something that is a I guess an industry an industry issue that the plankton industry has dealt with all of these years since its inception, is that you take this microbe that is meant to roll around in the current, and you concentrate it and shove it into a stagnant bottle. And so something that we've solved is that we don't have that issue with our current product lines. Because typically what happens once it's bottled is the nutrition will start to break apart. You'll get hydrogen sulfides or also they're always in some stage of death, like some decline, nutritional decline, or whatever the case.
Mm-hmm.
So what Homebrew has solved essentially is that our products not only stay alive in the bottle, like we've got a really exciting 6+ months shelf life. So not only that, but they actually grow in the bottle. So your concentration increases the longer you have the product, which is pretty exciting.
And so
really cool.
what does that then do with the shelf life? Does it reach a law of diminishing returns where it eventually gets to an apex and then it starts to decline at that point? For how long is it in its growth, like continuing to grow inside the bottle?
So in the first 2-ish, 3-ish months, we are showing a 15 to 20% increase in concentration, plankton. And then right now we have like up at our register at our retail store, I keep 2 bottles of plankton that was bottled on July 28th of last year. So what is that, like 7 months, 8 months?
Mhm.
And I make everybody smell it. Everyone that walks in the door, I know, I'm just like, and everyone has phytoplankton trauma, right? They're like, ooh.
I've read the reviews recently on the store where you have been told to have made them smell the phytoplankton and stuff.
Right. But it doesn't stink. It doesn't. It doesn't. So I keep bottles up there and I'm like, hey, check this out. And every time I go, like, I shove it in someone's nose, they're like, ooh, you know, because they have trauma. And so we've definitely, and they're like, oh, that smells like fresh cut grass, you know, and so that's, so my point is that you asked about the diminishing, you know, life or whatever. So as of right now, these are 8 months old. This particular batch is 8 months old. And we've done every month we've done a microscopy and, you know, video microscopy and to check life. And it's still very, very alive. Very, very.
So I'm conflicted in my strategy for the ultimate takeover of homebrew is, you know, I either could buy a lot of stock now, right? And then just wait you out, right? And just, you know, if I get more of your older stock and then you sell out, my stock will be better than yours. And therefore there is your Achilles heel. Because then I'll just have stuff that's more concentrated than you and sell it for a little bit more. But you did say you kept improving the product every year. Yeah. And so I feel like that's kind of the Achilles heel to my plan of buying the homebrew now and saving it for later.
We should just go public and then, you know, then you can definitely talk.
Well, I think that the product obviously just keeps getting better, right? Because it becomes more concentrated and therefore improved. And then you
like
have
a fine wine.
And then you have people like Salem giving you all sorts of things to do. So that was fun to see that project over the last year and a half there. I think, it's time to, oh gosh.
Are we over?
It's her fault. She's talking so long. Just kidding. It's always my fault. All right, Vanessa, I can't wait to see you. You look to have a giant booth there at the show. Are you like?
Oh, I accidentally bought that one, but then I was like, "Oh, that'd be great." Yeah, I did buy a big one on accident, but it's great.
What are you gonna do?
Buy more plankton.
You know what you should do? You should have someone dress up as a copepod and be in your booth, and so.
Named Sean.
No, I'm not doing it. I got things to do. Apparently, Rob's been making me help and stuff, and so. All right, Vanessa, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to talk to you. Tell Mike we said hi, and we'll be in. We'll see you soon. Okay. And call me and let me know what you're doing with all this space, and we can help you figure it out. Okay. All right.
Bye, guys.
Bye, Vanessa.
Thank you, Vanessa.
All right, who's next? Is it because I got 2 people?
Next, it's Harley,
and Tia's still in there.
I know Tia's just hanging out. She's listening.
Well, it's Harley and then Chris. Okay.
Yes.
Hey, Harley.
I'm watching this game.
Hey, how's it going, Sean and Evie? How are you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Doing well.
How are you doing?
Doing all right. Another busy day here.
Yeah. I mean, it's incredible how much this company has grown over the years, ever since I gave you that idea to make it a little aquarium, you know?
Yeah, your idea, exactly.
You remember that day, right? Like,
it was, yeah, I remember hearing you. Yeah, exactly.
And I like gave you the plans and everything, and you've just done such a great job with it. And so, just kidding. You know, but I do remember life before the micro aquarium for P&W, and you have a lot of impressive stuff. Like you can do like anything. That's why you're P&W custom, right? So if you can dream it, you can build it, right? Like,
I mean, it's kind of one of those things where I'm a hobbyist at heart, and I just kind of make things because I personally want them and need them, and they're either not available, not exactly the way that I kind of wanted or dreamt about, and so I took that extra step to just make it actually happen. So I'm a hobbyist at heart. That's kind of what happens with everything I make. Is I make it because I love the hobby and I need something in specific or want something that's not available.
I knew you were going to be a big hit when I met you because it was at a ReefWorks in Seattle, and he shoots me an email and he's like, "Hey, I'd like to come. I've got all this passion in the industry, but I've been being beat down a little bit, but I really could want to do a booth." And I was like, "Yeah, hey, come on, we'll see you." And then this guy just takes over the show. I mean, we had like influencers there, but everybody was hanging out at the P&W booth. And I was like, "What is going on over here?" So I wiggled in there because the place was so packed. And you just had like sumps, filtration systems, frag racks, like everything made of acrylic, and could make anything. And you didn't have the micro tank yet then, right?
No, all I had at that point, just like you're saying, is frag racks, mushroom boxes. We made some sumps, some all-in-one tanks, but we hadn't actually developed the micro tank for about another year after that point. We were kind of more so just focusing on the accessory side, stuff that I would use in my bigger reef tank, and also just small tanks in general. I'd made some like 10 and 20 and 5-gallon tanks, so I did have a little experience crafting aquariums in general. That's how I actually got into this whole hobby. Is I started making all-in-one small aquariums, and then transitioned into the frag racks and accessories because it was a lot more popular. I went to that show, like you're talking about, the ReefWorks in Seattle, and sold a bunch of the frag racks and the mushroom boxes, and I was like, okay, this is viable enough to see if I can go a step further. So yeah, like you were saying, you're there from the very first show I went to, and then the second show I went to was the show that you put on in Chicago, which was Aquashella, and that was an amazing opportunity to actually like put my brand out there with all the other big name brands that go there, Red Sea, the really nice Flipper Aquatic booths, all the really great brands that you could see in the industry, and like me, a small little peon garage maker, get to go and have a little booth there and get to see what was going on, and it really inspired me to do more in this industry.
Well, your booth is so fun at every show. Yeah, it's so fun.
I would never thought of Harley as a peon. He's just a great mind. And so,
well, now, but like my first shows, I mean, I just remember having like a few different things. It's not like I had a whole table of products. It was just a bunch of the same thing.
But you were so busy. Like there was people, just a crowd of people. It must be your electrifying personality.
Yeah.
Could be.
And
just drew everybody in.
That's how you got, that's how you got Jenna, right? And so.
Yeah, exactly. That's precisely it.
And so, but then I remember when you took the micro tank and you took it down to Reef Currents down in Houston, right? And that was the show where Jake had made the article about the micro tank, right? Or was that at Aquashella?
It was at Aquashelloween. It was the
Aquashelloween.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that one was the first launch of the micro tank. This one here, I just kind of brought it to show off. I didn't actually really intend to sell very many of them. I posted them on our website after I put them on online to just kind of show off, and it went really quick. So like I was like, oh, I'm gonna bring it, sell maybe 3 or 4, maybe 10. And it'll be a fun experience to show off my creation. Since then, at that show, we sold 200 to Saltwater Aquarium and like 30 or 40 pre-orders. And I was like, oh my God, how do I actually make this a product? Because before it was just me making them for fun, me making them for a couple of people that liked them. And then all of a sudden it's something I needed to figure out to make an actual part of my business.
I remember when that all happened to you, and your personality changed a little bit because you were always so free hearted and just happy, and I saw the excitement come up, but then the stress at the same time, because you're like, oh wow, expansion, now I have to.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly it. Like you're saying, it was a very fast expansion, rapid growth that I wasn't quite expecting, because I just made something that was for myself. Like, didn't think about, oh, I'm making a product here, I'm making something to sell. Like, I got to gear up and make sure that I understand how to make this as a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 piece, rather than just like a one off for myself. And yeah, it was a very interesting moment that kind of changed the perspective of how I look at what we're doing, and really the direction of B&W Custom.
So I'm glad that you said it that way, because it brings me right into what is the direction of P&W going forward. Because you started with frag racks and sumps and different things that you were making out of acrylic, and then you started to make these all-in-one systems. How much of that original plan of coming to market with those types of items is still in the game plan going forward, and how much has the all-in-one success and what you've been able to figure out there, and the success you've been able to bring to hobbyists that want to start small, which created the Small-in-One name, which again, great name. And then
Thank you.
Where are we going over the next 3 to 5 years?
So it's always just been a hobby that turned into a business. So it's at heart, I love what I do, and I make things because I love them, and it's because I want them to be out there to the world. So like you were saying, I did start by making like the mushroom boxes and the frag rocks, and those kind of core items we actually still make today and are still a viable part of our business. People know us very well because of these items that have gotten popular over the years, such as our premium medium frag racks, or our slimline large frag racks, that have honestly become like one of the most unique items people have in their tank, that they have their really nice corals on, or they put on their side of their glass. So that has been more of like a household name on the frag rack side. We're going to stay continuing to make those, stay having that kind of side in-house as always. But we're actually expanding more and doing more on the aquariums than ever before. So we're doing, like you're seeing, the micro reef, the Small-in-One, like you're talking about. That one's one of my favorite lines. So we have our Small-in-One 1 gallon. We just recently expanded to our Small-in-One 1.5 gallon. So this one is a peninsula style. And then we're continuing that like Small-in-One size with our 5 gallon, and continue making more kits later this year. So our whole goal is expanding the line of the tanks more so than expanding the line of the frag racks and mushroom boxes. We're going to keep those as staple items. Those work so well. We don't have to make any changes on them, and they're just ready to, be produced throughout time. Whereas these kinds of things, we're going to make tons and tons of new designs. Lots of people love the micro reef and love the direction that we've taken this. So as much as we can grow and do more fun stuff with that, we're going to.
And so you just said that you are going to be getting more into the all-in-ones, right? So are we expecting bigger sizes in the future? Is this where we're going? Are you going bigger?
So our whole goal is to stay on the niche, small side, desktop size. But we definitely will have some other options that are slightly bigger than what we do offer. So we offer right now a 5 gallon. We offer some like peninsula tanks. We do offer like a 12 gallon frag tank. So they will have more sizes amongst those. But our whole goal is to not really get into, the 40 gallon and up size, because that's where people really get in, spend a lot of money, and the barrier to entry is a lot higher. My whole kind of perspective into this is I'm going to break the barrier of entry down. I'm going to make this system available to lots of different people. Anybody who's been wanting to get into saltwater aquariums, but has been like, a 40 gallon tank is going to cost me $1,000 to set up. But, a 40 ounce tank is going to cost me $200 to set up. I'm really trying to get into that kind of market to just let more people get into the hobby. So the micro reefs are great. The 1 gallon tanks are good. And really fun for a desk. But like I was saying, the 5 gallon tanks and some of those more sizable kits that you can keep some fish, some clownfish, some other types of really cool gobies, that's definitely coming soon too.
So what about a cylinder tank, a micro cylinder?
It's definitely been something that I've thought of. I've made some interesting designs throughout the years. A cylinder isn't quite something that I've made, but I've definitely made some other ones that have been pretty pretty similar.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there you go. Just like I did like 5, 6, 7 years ago, and I gave you the idea for the micro tank. Now you can have the micro cylinder. And so, that and the phrase small in one that I shared with you a few years ago.
Yeah.
So, I see that you're doing a great job and, and keep it up. Now, we are going to be talking about something kind of serious there when you come to the show on ReefStock weekend. You're gonna be doing a workshop type speaker session, right? And we're gonna be talking about or you tell us what we're gonna be talking about, but I'm gonna get in there with you because we're gonna video this because I was impressed with where your focus was in the talk. So if you want to share that with everyone.
Yeah, most definitely. So like a quick little thing we're going to do in the workshop to not spoil it too much, but essentially this tank here travels around with me. I can literally pick it up and it goes around. So I'm going to be bringing this tank from Portland, Oregon, all the way down to Denver. We're going to be talking a little bit about what goes into these aquariums, setting them up, and then something that a lot of people have been kind of asking me and just overall wanting to know is how to really get into these and maintain them long term. So we're going to deep dive how to maintain this system. This one is about a year old. It'll be a year when we get to ReefStock, actually. So that's really cool. And I'm going to get a lot of information out there that's going to kind of blow people's minds because all the processing behind, you can't keep the thought processing behind, you can't keep a small tank. We're breaking that down. We're showing people that these tanks are actually some of the easiest aquariums that you can keep, especially our 1 gallon tank. And my whole goal is to just like really change how people look at small tanks and decide that this is going to be a great viable place to step into the hobby rather than a place that people are going to fail at. So yeah, just kind of changing the minds of how people look at a small tank.
And also then setting the right expectations, right? Where they understand the do's and don'ts, right? The limitations with the small tank. And that's where people can get it confused is especially with some of the things I've seen in the industry where they're like, there's a 10-gallon tank with like a yellow tang on the front of the box. And you're like, hey, Mr. Manufacturer, you cannot do that because you're setting the wrong expectations. But I like what you're doing in this and keeping people understanding that, yes, you can do it. You can do this, but not that. And so kind of creating transparency to the right recipe for what you're doing with the micro tank. So,
yeah, exactly. And like you're saying with that, we do a lot of different guides and lists that show very clearly like, oh, you can absolutely put these kinds of things in there, but you shouldn't put these kinds of things. So my wife is a graphic designer and she's done all of the graphics and kind of info stuff on our resource guide. So it's a great place for people to start if they're wanting to get into the hobby, or even if they have a lot of experience with the hobby but want to try something different, because sometimes keeping a tank like this can be completely different than keeping a bigger tank, or in all reality, keeping some different kinds of tanks, because the way we design and manufacture our small tanks is completely different than most aquarium companies. And when people try to compare some of that to how we run and operate these tanks, it's by comparing apples to oranges. So we're really making sure people understand how to properly operate the tanks long term and not just jumping into something they're going to be overwhelmed with.
That sounds great. Well, I'm excited to have you. Our time is up a little bit, but we next time we talk, maybe tomorrow or the next day, we can talk about the snail tank that we're going to be making together, particularly for snails. And so another big thing, exciting PNW creation to announce for you coming soon. I hope I didn't spoil it for everyone. All right, Harley, you're a pleasure. Great new video, by the way. Jenna did an excellent job on the video you just posted yesterday.
Thank you.
The setup. So if you're watching the live stream, go ahead and go check that out after the stream. I don't want the numbers to drop after you leave. Okay. So, all right. Thanks, Harley. We're on to
thank you,
Christopher Ovegas with Unlimited Color Coral. Chris, you're muted.
Should not be muted.
Oh, but I still can't hear you.
Oh no.
Oh no. What if you waited that long? And no, we can't hear you.
Oh man.
Oh, there you are.
Oh, perfect.
Ah, there you go.
Oh, awesome.
Good job. Hey, just push that button. All right.
Yeah,
Just run it again. Just run it again. What's going on, Chris? How are you?
You know, it's another day in paradise here in Houston, Texas. Like 68 degrees, can't go wrong. I know Dallas and the more northern areas have a little bit colder weather, but we're holding strong down here on the coast.
You know, this is like one of the very rare moments where you could actually like tout Houston over Dallas, right? Like, because half the time you're dealing with like the threat of a hurricane, or it's just humid and miserable in Houston. and
Very true.
and then 2 times in the past 10 years we've had storms, and this is the only time that you can hold it over my head like Houston is so much better, right? And so
Granted, we did have some cold weather, the previous week, but overall, like, not bad.
well,
32 degrees, 28 degrees to 32 is not bad.
not too bad, right? So I'm glad you made it through, Chris,
It's
and that
warmer
you're
than
doing good,
here.
and that you're in the 60s. You know, I'm not in Dallas right now. I'm in Kansas City, by the way, and it is still ice on the ground everywhere. And I don't know why people live here, and so. So, but Chris, been a longtime friend of mine since I got into the hobby, or into the professional side of the hobby. And you've been running your brand Unlimited Color Corals for that long, and been so enthusiastic and great to be around. You do good ethical business, and you're the master of the Gonapora. And you're still doing it. You're still growing. Tell me, how's Unlimited Color Coral doing? And you have a partnership with Kessel, right? And so with Kessel, you come and you set up the booths and display your coral under their lights because you grow your stuff out with their lights, correct?
That is correct. We entered in an agreement with Kessel and after Magna Vegas. They saw what we offered in Vegas and they were like, hey, what can we do to support you? And I said, well, we want to build a new shop. So we built a new shop. We run exclusive Kessel. There are 30 plus Kessel A360 XEs and A360s, along with some AP9Xs interspersed in between. And we have set up their booths at all the major shows since Magna Vegas. And that entails bringing a Cade tank with us to the shows.
Yeah, we also do some love with our Algae Barn and Cade, right?
Yeah, we're like the one-stop, all progressive, not progressive, all like one-stop shop, basically. Like we have Kessel, we partnered with another company we have partnered with, and also, we have a complete setup that travels with us to the shows so that we ensure that the livestock is viable and also healthy when we get there, which is the most important thing. No one likes to go to a show, buy a piece of coral, get home, a couple weeks later, the coral that they just spent money on is no longer. So we try to make sure that like what we offer is things that can survive in the harshest of conditions.
Right. No, I think that you've done a really good job, keeping your brand, respected, and I don't see a lot of complaints about you. I mean, some people say that the mustache is, gone out of control, but ultimately no one complaining about the coral that they're buying from you. And so that's good, right? That's a good place to start. I mean,
That's a great place.
We can work on the mustache, right? What does Sam think about the mustache?
You know what? Zero complaints.
Zero complaints. Okay.
Zero complaints. She does not like it when I shave it, so I will let it grow.
Well, how do you feel about that? Like once you show her your real face and she's like disappointed.
So this right here comes and goes, but other times, like it'll be there. The kids might not always recognize me, but for the most part, like Sam Sam knows who I am, and that's most important to her. So,
well, okay, so you're headed to ReefStock, right? And you're bringing, so you're going to be doing the Kessel booth, right? And you're going to be having the unlimited color corals there to sell within the booth. And do you have, integration with Algebarn or Cade there as well?
so we do like at the show we're gonna be offering some really exclusive Kessel, Cade, and another brands like all inclusive. Like here you go. Basically, this 60-gallon tank that we have is gonna be all yours. All you have to do is bring it home, set it up to make it easier. Because here's the thing: when people buy a tank, they don't realize that they have to buy lights, they have to buy a skimmer, they have to buy an auto top off, they have to buy, if they want to go SPS, they have to buy a calcium reactor if they want to go that route. The only thing that we're not going to be offering at the show is an integration with automation. But if you are a more hands-on person, you have the ability to come over to us and get every single portion of your tank like ready to go, and you can walk out the door and go home and set it up.
So, but you keep saying in another brand, like the question mark that just pops out, like, just floats out of your mind every time that you say another brand. And I'm like, well, why do we have to wait? Like, why can't we just figure it out now?
Well, so Tunzi is the brand that we've used for many years.
Yeah.
Like, right? So Tunzi is a brand that we have always utilized. It is, my opinion is, buy once, buy it right the first time, and never have to buy something again. And they've been, I don't get paid by Tunzi, right? Like,
sure. You just do it out of the kindness of your heart.
I just use the crap out of all of their products. And I've put it through the ringer. I've tried all the products out there, and the stuff that works sticks with us, because reefing is not a cheap luxury hobby. It is something that can get very expensive when you start pricing everything out. So Tunzi has always been, and again,
Roger's a great guy.
Roger Vitko is in Austin.
And now you've got Bruce over there.
Bruce,
right?
Which used to own a store in Austin. Yeah. So some people love and hate like different lines and different products, but Tunzi's always been our go-to, because when there's a problem, we've been able to resolve it.
Oh, Roger's handled himself really well and always had great innovative products and nice quality too. And so I'm excited that you'll have those in the booth, and you still don't have a consumable line. So you're really not a one-stop shop yet, Chris. And I really hate that you're bragging that it's a one-stop, because where are you going to get the rest of the things? I think you're misleading everyone here,
The only other option is stuff you mix in the water to make the tank go. And,
I mean, that's kind of a big part of it, don't you think? Like,
it is a big part
salts and additives and, resins and stuff like that. So
100%, even like RODI, like RDI, like resins and everything else.
Oh, I'm just giving you a hard time, Chris. Love hanging out with you. I love that you're coming to the event, and bringing your powerhouse of brands there. That just means there's more brands for all the hobbyists coming to ReefStock to enjoy, and that's a great thing. And so, it's not a massive facility, so the more I can squeeze into it, the better, right? That's been my strategy the whole time. How much can I get in here? So that's a good thing. I'm glad that you're going to be bringing along with those guys, and I can't wait to see you. So
yeah, I think this is our 10th or 11th ReefStock. I mean, Google has all the information, right? Like you can Google anything you want, but I think this is our 10th or 11th ReefStock, and we've been at all various levels throughout the whole thing. And honestly, Denver is one of our most favorite places to go because the people are so nice. And on top of that, they have good food. Sean, you've experienced our restaurant picks.
Yeah,
they
I
know me
have.
by name at a restaurant that I only go to once a year. So if that's,
I really feel like you don't take my opinion much into consideration when picking the restaurants that you do, but you
meat and
know,
potatoes is
hey.
hard to come by.
Well, it's going to be fun to have you out in Denver. Surprising that they're all nice to you there because not a lot of people are nice to me in Denver and nor anywhere else, and so I just thought it was, just a location thing, but you're saying they're actually nice to you there.
Yeah, Denver's always been very kind to us, and
so it's just me.
Hey, you know what? You don't have the pomade in your hair tonight, so
I don't have the handlebar mustache, just kidding. Love Denver. So we're super excited to have you there. I think I've said that 3 times now, and I'm trying to wind it up because it's 7:29 and we have next. Who's on the list next?
It should be Samir, but it says that his device isn't connected, but
he was there. He was there. But now he's gone. Oh, he's back. Okay.
There he is.
Samir is here. All right. Chris, thank you for coming. Tell Sam we said hi. Say hi to the family, and we'll see you in Denver. Okay.
Very soon.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Oh, wow. Hi, guys.
Samir, how are you?
It feels really weird to see myself on the camera like that.
I feel the same way every time, And
how are y'all doing?
I'm doing good.
How are you?
Good. Doing good too. Thank you. I guess
like
I'm the only
ambiance
freshwater
of the
speaker
stream.
here.
Yes.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I just feel like you've calmed me down suddenly, like just instantaneously. Just the tone just went so much more relaxing. And so I'm glad that you're speaking. You're probably going to make everyone happy there. And so I heard you did a great job last year, and you were our only freshwater guy there last year, right?
Yeah, I think so. It feels nice, but also weird that I'm the only freshwater guy in a saltwater event. But I guess a lot of saltwater hobbyists have a little bit of freshwater hobby going as well. Most of I don't know if you keep any freshwater fishes, but a lot of people do it, right?
I do. I started keeping freshwater in 2019. I started off only saltwater and was kind of like salt snobby. I just really felt like I should only do that, and that was it.
Yeah.
And I met the Aquascapers Collective at Aquashella in 2019, and Hep Hong and John Pina and all that, Art Camisio, all of those guys. And those guys really got me into aquascaping.
Very nice.
And I fell in love with it, and then started just being super onto freshwater, as was Jake. Actually. And so and he was actually working on some concepts for the freshwater side that he wanted to put out there. So love having you at the event. I know that Jake loved freshwater too, so I wanted to keep that going. And I think that it's great for to finally kill the, hey, we have to be saltwater side, we have to be freshwater side, like Mark Levinson's thing that he always does. And so eventually we'll get Mark Levinson to get a freshwater tank. But I love that you're bringing the freshwater topic to the show, and for those people that are interested, they can come in there and get that talk. So
absolutely, you're talking about Jake. He always said that saltwater was his profession and freshwater was his actual hobby. He always had a couple of freshwater tanks, and we would always exchange fishes, and we would even make some trips to go and buy a fish together. So yeah, it's a hobby that was dear to him and is very dear to me. And so a little bit about myself. I live in Colorado, just about an hour north of Denver, in Fort Collins, and I've been friends with Jake since like probably 2013 or so. I was really new in Colorado, and I found him through some forums, and we started talking, and then he came and visited me to see my fish and whatnot. And now I have a bigger basement. I have I don't know, maybe 35, 40 tanks here, a lot of different freshwater fishes. And my main goal is to get fishes that are kind of hard to breed, hard to spawn, or haven't been spawned before, and just work with those. So these are like 3, 4, 5 year long projects. And once I get them to spawn, I keep them for about 2 more years to have enough offspring to then circulate in the local hobby or even across the country. So last year when I spoke about a type of pleco, the zebra plecos, Hypensistrus. So I talked about Hypensistrus last year, and this year I'm going to talk about these fish. These are called whiptail catfish. They have a really long whip in the back of their tail. The genus is called Pseudohemiodon. Really niche genus. And what I'm going to do this year, because I live so close to where the event is going to be, I'll bring some adult specimen with me.
Oh, that'll be cool.
Yeah, so the people that come and listen to the talk, they can also actually see the fish I'm talking about. And I'm really hoping that one of the males would be carrying some eggs. So maybe I can even bring an egg clutch and we can all open the eggs together and hatch out some babies there. We'll see. That's just on luck, but I'm hoping that it would happen.
I mean, now I expect it. And so I really hope that it all happens, because I'll be disappointed now. I mean, no, that sounds amazing. And so tell me more about kind of the things that you'll be talking about. Well, I think
pertaining to that
species. And are you going to be talking about environments that you can keep these fish in, or things like that? Or
so my goal would be to convince people to keep the species. That's the goal, right? Because a lot of these species in freshwater, a lot of freshwater keepers don't get to enjoy a lot of these oddball species. I wouldn't call them oddball. They're just kind of hard to come by. People don't know much about them. No one much talks about them much. And people don't get to experience keeping these kind of species. So my goal would be to talk about them and kind of glorify them, talk about the good things, the behaviors, the patterns, the way they spawn, the way they hold their egg clutch. They're called lip brooders, so they kind of hold their eggs under them to protect them from being eaten by other fish. And then the way I hatch their eggs. So about 2 or 3 years ago, I made a reel on Instagram that kind of went viral. I don't even know how many million views it had, but I was just opening the eggs using a needle. And for some reason, people like watching that. So I'll talk about that why do I do that, and how cool is that to watch. And you all can do that yourself if you get to keep this fish.
That sounds awesome. I mean, are you going to be fair about the situation and tell about any of the bad habits that this fish has, like any of its negative sides, or is it just going to be all positive?
I don't think there's much negative other than they eat a lot and fight a lot, but we'll talk about that too.
Okay, I know that I'm just trying to see if I can make you laugh on the live stream here, and I was somewhat successful, even though I'm sure Evie will tell me after the live stream that it wasn't funny. And so,
well, this is good. A lot of the times, the people that sit in a lot of talks and workshops, I feel like having just one freshwater thing in there kind of just breaks the monotony that everyone's talking about salt. Ben, there's a freshwater guy. Okay, I don't know much about freshwater. Maybe I'll just sit in and listen what he has to say.
Well, and I think that is just really the goal, though, right? Like if you've been to saltwater conference after saltwater conference after saltwater conference, and maybe you've gotten to the expert level, or maybe you've seen most of what has been offered to you within it, it is just really exciting. Kind of like Jake said, reefing was his profession, but this was his hobby. It's exciting, like a whole new side of the book that is actually 90% of the aquarium industry, by the way, is the freshwater side. And I think it's gotten really exciting with the the new aquascaping materials that have come available over the last 10 years. I started off into the hobby, working at fish stores, right? Like I was at Petco for a few years, and then I was at Dallas North Aquarium, which is a rather large store. And we had like Lace Rock, Holy Rock, and
some driftwood,
and Texas Holy Rock, Lace Rock, and Pagoda Stone or something. Like it was not much, and a lot of fake decor, but not really much for an offering on the different types of driftwoods. You only had like 2 different types of driftwoods available to you, but now there's like hundreds, and
so many.
It's so impressive what they've been able to bring in. And I think that has opened up the game, right? And that supplied all the materials for the aquascapers, who then made beautiful scapes with it. Just, I had the pleasure, and I was lucky enough to do a 50-50 scape with Fakotison over in Australia, like where I did half and he did half. And a lot of people said that my half was more impressive than Fakotison's half.
Of course,
and I thought it, but I didn't want to say it, in front of him. And so we did that video together, and I just felt like I was that much more worldly within the aquascaping community because I was able to outdo Fakotison on my first try. And Matthew Maines was there, and I was supposed to scape with him next, but he didn't dare. He was just like, no, I'm good.
You're a better aquascaper than them.
I'm just kidding. But I did do the scape with Fakotison. That is a true story. And it's impressive. It's just so like ASMR, very relaxing. And he just makes a tiny box look like it's a massive picture that's limitless in depth. And so I feel like it's very, very fun for people that have been constantly growing up in the reefing world, where they're very impressed by all the colorations, all the different corals from all over the world that you can collect and have within the aquarium. But I really, I feel like it's like a whole new adventure to open your mind into setting up a scene that doesn't look like a kind of collection of, because no one's aquarium really, like you couldn't take an aquarium and place it like in front of a section of the reef and it would look like it does in anyone's home, because it's not that, mixture of 100 different coral or 50 different coral like set on the shelf or on the rack like trophies. The freshwater side of it, they make a natural scape that looks like something that you would see in part of
in a river
like some
or
lake or something like that. And so just a whole everything. And then you don't have, I think part of it, if your wife or something doesn't like or husband doesn't like the blue light that takes over the entire room, the freshwater side has that component.
Normal lighting. Well, I hope you don't hate on my plastic plant here.
I see it. I see that plastic plant, and I was just wondering what your aquascaping skills were like after seeing it. So
aquascapes. Once every 2 years or so, I would scape a tank. I would keep it for 6 months, and then there it goes. But most of my tanks here are mainly for the fishes. So these tanks are just bare bottom, just totally aimed at keeping the fish, feeding them as much as I can, and getting them to spawn. So no live plants here.
No live plants, but that's okay.
You're
no,
I mean, I do have live plants in some other tanks where the fish needs it. These guys don't. These angels are horrible. They're gonna eat it all. They're gonna pull them all out. So not even worth it.
Well, I think that you'll have a lot to show us there at ReefStock, and I'm glad that you're coming. I want to keep having you come to every single one. And so stay on the list, and we'll continue to follow you through your adventures in the freshwater side. Now, do you have saltwater? That's the question.
I do not have saltwater. So that was the last thing that Jake and I were working on. He was having me collect all these things. I have all the lights. I have this tank, the stand, the CO2 reactor for the calcium reactor. I have literally everything. That was the last thing we were working on. And then after that, I just kind of stopped working on it. It's just all sitting here. Rob and I talk about that every now and then. and Rob says that one of these days he's just gonna help me do it.
Well, why don't we do it? Let's make it a video on how we helped you get your I mean, I feel like if you're trying to get everybody to do a freshwater tank and you don't have a saltwater tank, that's not really fair, right?
Yeah.
And so,
You're right.
I mean, you got to lead by example and dip into
For
the
sure.
other side, right?
For
And
sure.
so,
Yeah.
you know, like Field of Dreams, got to step over the rocks, you know, and you won't disappear, I promise. And so,
Yeah, no, I'm ready. I have everything. I just need a little bit of hand holding, maybe.
Okay.
And I'll be there. Yeah.
Well, we are going to help you. So we'll talk about that at the show.
For sure.
And then we'll get, you know, both sides going back and forth, right?
Sounds good. Sounds great.
All right. Thank you so much for coming on. I'm super excited to see your talk. And I know everybody else will be
Sounds
as well.
good. Thank you, Sean. Thanks.
All right,
Thank you, Samir.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Bye.
Okay.
I mean, I feel like you should be talking more, you know, and I feel like you're putting it all on me. Like the weight is on me to carry the live stream here, Abby, you know.
Oh, you never stop talking.
All right. Let's
Okay. So next we have Seth. So Sarah Stevens texted me. She said she cannot join this evening because she was sent home from work for not feeling very well. So we will not be able to chat with Sarah.
So we have some extra time with Seth if he wants it.
Seth, we also have Ling Sai.
He's here.
He's here.
We could take him at 8. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's say hi to Seth.
Yeah, let's get.
What's up, Seth?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Oh,
Little
let's see if I can fix that real quick. There we go. How's that?
Somebody told me that you
Oh.
were
Sorry. I have to use my phone because I can't get my computer to work. But I have an echo. All right, 1 second. No? Can you guys hear me at all?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, the echo stopped, I think.
Well,
yeah.
It's weird. It's like. See. All right, I'm gonna try hooking up. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Still on some closes. Yeah.
So I wonder if he may have the speakers are just too close together, because that's what you enjoy doing to me almost on a daily basis during our meetings.
It's really just to irritate you, you know, just to get a reaction. And that's really the only reason.
His shop is crazy. Yeah, I'm stoked to see this.
I really want to see it too.
Yeah.
But I've heard like he's like a reef keeping, you know, SPS god, and that he's great at everything. But apparently we found out really quick he's not good at going live and doing the non-echo thing.
Don't judge. You literally learned how to hook all this up today.
Everybody knows he is but he did have the echo like a reef keeping god would. You know,
Yeah, he did.
Thing. So I feel like he asserted his presence right away.
Yeah.
You know.
Have we curated a cocktail list for the bar? No. We should totally do that though. We'll have to ask Rob if there's still time. Let's see. There's still time.
Seth.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
You look great.
I'll set that there. All right, cool. How are you doing?
Good. I was just saying that, you know, we found at least one thing that you're not good at, you know, was coming into the live, and then she got mad at me, and then, you know, kind of kept on. But
I'm really bad with the IT kind of stuff, you know.
You told me this yesterday.
What's that?
I felt bad because you told me this yesterday, and I said it'll be so simple, and then it was complicated.
Well, you know, I hit the computer, hit the microphone, and it just wouldn't work. So I hooked up the phone, and then they started echoing. So yeah. Anyway, I think it's working now. So
we're good, and you know, you've really stirred up the community here with how great the shop is doing there, Underwater Wonders, and you you got Salem coming out there making a video last year, right?
Yeah,
Who
that was
quickly
great.
asserted that you were the best aquarium store he'd ever been into. And I was like, hey, are you sure? Like, you can throw that around? You know, you're gonna have a lot of people calling next. So,
Very generous, but we appreciate it. I mean, we try hard, but probably
you do
not
have
the
some
best.
amazing coral. I mean, it's, you know, it gets to a place where it's going to be very difficult to determine the, you know, the minute differences between the different aquarium stores, right? And some, you know, people are really good at different things, and you definitely are the top tier. So you've done a
Yeah,
nice
well,
job with your store.
we appreciate it. I mean, we try hard, and you know, I think what we do differently than, you know, some of the places is just a lot of aquaculture, right?
Right.
We don't do any wild caught, and so we just grow a lot of coral. And we've been doing it for about 25 years and a lot of maintenance. So that's kind of helped us dial some of those things in. So it's really helped.
And so, when did you open up the shop? That was like 2 years ago?
So, I mean, I've been in this location since 2010, but
Okay.
but we opened up. We were kind of always like by appointment only,
Okay.
probably for the last 5, 6, 7 years. And then during COVID is when we kind of switched gears a little bit. We've always been heavy on the maintenance and installations, and then we decided to try something different since COVID kind of changed a lot of things. And so we've been open probably since 22, 23. You know, just Fridays and Saturdays. I think we started out just Fridays and then added Saturdays maybe a year later.
Okay. So just Fridays and Saturdays you're open to the public. The rest of the time you're more doing your professional side, the maintenance side of things, custom installations, and coral grow out, right?
Yes, absolutely. There's a lot. We expanded into another 1,500 square feet last winter. And so we have a whole farm back there now, a full quarantine setup and all of that. So we spend a lot of time back there too.
Wow. Very nice. Yeah. I mean, I talked to you a little bit in Vegas, and you told me that you were working on that additional 1,500 square feet. And is that going to be farm only, or is that going to be retail space in the future?
Farm only. So we have
Farm
three big systems back there. One is dedicated to soft and LPS corals. One
Mhm.
is dedicated to SPS, and then another one is kind of a catch-all of our collection. And then we have a large 4-system quarantine setup. So that's where we do all the quarantining before it comes out onto our front floor for retail.
All right. And that 1,500 square feet will be ready in the next couple of months?
It's ready. It's
It's
been
already done.
going. It took about 6 months to get everything up and going. But yeah, it's fully going. It's chock full of corals all the way to the brim. So we got a lot of stuff coming up. There's probably 200, 300 types of coral that we're going to be bringing up to the front as they mature and as we aquaculture them and frag them.
Wow. So are you going to be bringing some of that to the ReefStock show?
Yes, absolutely. We've got a bunch of goodies. We're going to do a mix of just about everything. Like we usually do a couple of systems. One will be dedicated to LPS and soft corals, and then the other one will be a lot of our SPS. And so, yeah, we're going to be bringing a lot of new stuff in both of those systems.
Wow. Wow.
Do you have a favorite for each category? A favorite LPS, a favorite SPS?
Yeah, I mean, we favor the SPS here, probably, you know, all of us. But it's hard to pick.
It is.
We're gonna bring quite a variety. I mean, I like tenuous. Those are our favorites, you know, and there's quite a few of them that we're gonna bring.
I think they smell the best out of the water, but that's just me.
They smell the best?
Yeah, out of the water when they're real healthy.
That's, you know, I guess that's valid. I mean, some of those soft corals smell pretty bad.
Yeah, they smell pretty bad. The LPS can too.
Oh yeah, they can be really, really bad. So yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, they probably smell the best. Not great, but better.
Yeah, different.
And then I
so
guess,
what's
you know,
your favorite named one then? Do you have a favorite named one?
I mean,
tried to get him to answer that already.
Yeah.
I want to go look at it because I'm gonna be like, I want to see what it is because I've fallen behind on some of my names.
Yeah, I mean, we love Walt Disney, and we've been growing that one since the beginning. That was the first SPS we've had. I know it's a kind of a main staple, name. But we love it. It's beautiful. It grows really well for us, and people are starting to know us for that coral, so that's fun. And then we also have a couple of corals that have grafted in our system, like our Jason Fox. It's the Underwater Wonders Fox Flame Splice. And it's basically it's a fox flame that grafted in our system, and it's got nice greens in conjunction with the maroon and the yellow. So it's a really cool, unique piece that you can only get from us. And then I guess another one would be our Oompa Loompa, which is a spliced Valida, and that's a really pretty. It's purple and green, and it just swirls awesome. So I guess those are three of my favorites. I have a lot.
Yeah, it's hard not to have a lot when you start collecting them. So I totally get it.
It's been a mad collection over the last 5 or 6 years here. I mean, it's just we've got Garrett, the other owner, and one of our employees, Cole. I mean, we're just collecting like crazies. Everyone's just getting as many SPS as we can, growing them, and it's fun. We've got probably 500 or 600 SPS at this point now.
Wow.
And probably half of those are in the back still, waiting to be grown out.
Wow.
And you do sell these online on your website, right?
We do.
And ship these out. And is that a majority of the business that you have, or do you get a lot from the state of Colorado?
So it's kind of a mix. I mean, like I said, we started out with maintenance and installation, and that's always been a huge percentage of our time. And once we opened the specialty shop, it was, slowly has been growing ever since. We don't have a lot of stick heads in the area. So, we've definitely branched into a lot of LPS and soft corals and, and even just some of the hard goods. But we did start online maybe a couple of years ago as well. And it's slowly just keeps ramping up, and it's exciting. We're getting, we've done hundreds of orders now throughout the United States, which is really exciting. It's a totally new, venue to play with, and it's good. We're still figuring out shipping, on these cold winter days, and dealing with FedEx and UPS and all that. But yeah, it's we're hoping to, do a little bit more of the online sales. We love growing coral. Maintenance has gotten us to where we are today, but I've been doing maintenance for 25 years. I'd rather grow coral if I could and sell more coral, online or at these shows, and even locally. I mean, we love having the retail shop. Everybody's jacked for Fridays and Saturdays and loves talking to all the customers.
Right. And so as your footprint grows, I can see the quality of your coral and the images that I've seen. I don't see anything standing in your way to enter the online space. And so, but it is, I can imagine shipping out of Denver with the weather getting extremely cold at times, and the hurdle of initially getting into shipping of coral. That's got to be a pretty big step there coming out.
Yeah, and we've been playing around with it for the last couple of years, and I think we're getting it dialed in. I think we're more at the whim of UPS and FedEx, and sometimes they just delay things, for no reason. So that's always frustrating when you have a nice order of coral that you've been growing for months or years. You ship those out, and if they get delayed, it's sad. But that doesn't happen. That doesn't happen that often. But other than that, there's just a lot of good other vendors out there. There's a lot of people growing coral and doing the same thing. So it's not really, to us, it's not a competition thing. We just love growing the coral that we have. And when people find out about us, it's exciting.
Absolutely. I saw Salem's reaction for sure. He was very excited. He actually came back. I think he tried to offer you a ton for a trade. He's just like, hey, give me.
Absolutely. And we will, when he comes back up, we'll have to give him some coral when he's ready for it. I know he's been setting up his system.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you coming on, Seth. I'm super excited to have you at the show. It looks like you took a fairly good sized boost. So I know you're bringing in a bunch of cool stuff. So,
Yeah.
for all the hobbyists out there that are watching the live stream, definitely going to have a great selection of sticks and, LPS and some softies there.
Yep. Yep.
But a premium supply of sticks, and yeah, I guess we'll let you get back to your evening there. I know I kept you late. I called you
No
yesterday
worries.
and
No
I
worries.
dropped the bomb on Sid. You have to do it, and so
Yeah.
I appreciate you
No.
coming
Thank
on.
you for including us, and we're excited for ReefStock. It's going to be a good time.
All right, thank you, Seth. We're excited to have you.
All right. Thanks.
Mhm. All right, let's go with Lang because we know that Sarah's not going to make it. So, Lang,
Good evening.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
That's good.
How are you
Hi,
doing?
Guy. Hey, I'm shy.
I saw you patiently waiting in the lobby. And well, luckily we don't have Sarah Stevens coming on at 8, and so we can get to you and talk to you. Where are you at now, Lang? Where are you? What part of the country
California.
are you in?
California.
California. So it's a little earlier in the day.
So, well, I just want to say hi and to everyone. I'm coming back and just to tell everyone that I'm still alive.
You're doing great.
I'm rebuilt because I kind of take off and on with this in 2012 because I pursue the business and coming back. And then I have a stroke in 2015 and 2017. Something else. So I'm back anyway. So to rebuild and also to finish it off. That's all it is. So, and this few days, what I see on the YouTube and all of that is just like the success and failures in your hobbies. The proportion is still the same. It's no different at all. And what I feel is that thing does not need to be complicated. It can be simple and can be very successful. That's all it is, and inexpensive. And well, that's why I'm. It's a good time for me to come back to rebuild. That's all it is, and I need to live.
Well, if the hobbyists that are watching don't know yet, you were the maker of Miracle Mud, right? And
I made all of that. I say I cannot say I invented because God has given me that idea in early December 1989. Okay.
Right.
At the time, I could not understand all of that, so I just keep telling people I have a dream. But no, actually, He gave it to me. Okay. And so then I took it on and experiments, everything, against and again until 1996 when I finalized the formula. That's all it is. So start from there. Mike Polero wrote up the article in Aquarium Fish at the end of 1997. And that's when the concept of the ecosystem filter take off. I think at the end of 1997. So, and from there, I got everything. People call me all kind of names and all that, but they all follow Carib C, Julian Sprung, Walt Smith, and everyone there. So, and the sad part about it, I didn't get your name. I'm sorry.
Sean and Evie. Yep.
Amy.
Evie.
Yeah.
And to them, it's just to make more money, stock, but they cannot really understand what it is. And I need to come back and stress it out that what it is. It's going to get our hobby, especially it's not complicated, very successful. It's like it can reverse HLLA, reverse the colors and all in fish, especially like yellow tank, purple tank, gem tank. You put in your reef aquarium run by the balloon style system. Eventually, those fish fade color or develop HLLA. Okay, and in the miracle mud, you introduce miracle mud in there, they will reverse that, heal that. Okay, and the coral in the reef tank, when we use this miracle mud, you don't have to add any chemical additive except if you keep stony coral, then you need to maintain calcium, magnesium, and alkalinity. And if you don't care about growing too much, you just do water sharing and taking care of the phosphate. That's it. You know, the advancement, everything, the availability of core livestock is just amazing nowadays.
Yeah.
The advancement of the equipment, the LED, I keep the SBS core really nice, vibrant. But anything else, not really. I don't see it. When it comes to filtration system, it's kind of like going backward. Okay, all the chemical that people put out is just a rebrand. Nothing special there. So yeah, well, our hobby, that's what I'm saying. It needs to stay simple in its expenses and I'd like to see more lady to get into the hobby.
Slowly.
That's very, very important because if you look at our hobby in the mirroring room nowadays, at least 95% of men. Okay, very, very few lady, and we need to get more lady into the hobbies. And the only way that we can do that is that we need to change the way we do the hobby here. That it has to be simple. It has to be very successful. And if you can make money out of this hobby to support our hobby, that's even better. Okay. And I do have all of that, Sean, but it's just I need to keep fighting like everyone else. But right now I will do what I need to do, but I have to focus on what I'm doing. Something outside of this is very, very important work that I'm focused doing that. You will hear about it, okay? So
that you did tell me a little bit about that last year, that you were working on some things, and so I know that you've been getting back heavily involved in the business. And I will let people know that are watching the stream that, you know, the Ecosystems Miracle Mud, I have not experienced anything like that product when it comes to the base additive for your refugium. And it really does. I mean, you know, some people have made some substitute goods to try to be a similar product, and I can honestly, with my evaluation, say it's worth every dollar for the Miracle Mud. And I've been using that since I was just out of high school when I was working at Dallas North Aquarium. So since I was about I guess about 20 years ago. Would be about the right time frame, I think, if I can do the math right. But the Miracle Mud is a very impressive product, and I feel like it does do something wonderful for the aquarium and setting those balances within your parameters. Your refugium grows so much better. The tank seems to thrive so much better. The coral seems to thrive so much better in tanks that I use that product in, and that's just my honest opinion in the matter. And so you have an impressive product. I don't know how it's so amazing because it's just in the mud, but I imagine it's the mixture within it and the trace elements that it provides within the water for your aquarium by adding it. So
we learn something when we make mistakes, Sean, and I have made a lot of mistakes, and yeah, I have a lot of application on that, but this is still a hobby, and I'm focused on something else. That, well, let me say this, Sean. If anyone listen to this, and if anyone want to keep this, is that the experience, that's what we learn in this hobby is very, very important. Okay, we try to sustain the living things. It's not taught in school, and I cannot say now. You will hear one day, but I'm coming back. This is my hobby, and I came out. I can make a living out of it, but there's a lot more important to this. Okay, it's very, very important. So that so I'm coming back, and anyone want to come see me, I will be at the show. My booth, I don't remember my booth number, but I will be there. And it's just say hi. That's all it is. And
okay.
let's keep happy. That's all it is. And if I can hide, yeah.
Well, Lang, it was a pleasure to see you last year. I hadn't met you in person since when I first got into the professional side at a Super Zoo, and I saw you at that show. So it's been quite a few years since I saw you. Glad to have seen you last year. Glad you're coming back this year. And yes, for the hobbyists that are watching, go by and see Lang in the Ecosystems booth, and he can share with you some of his understandings with how to balance out your aquarium with his products. And so thank you, Lang, and
Thank you.
we'll see you in just a few weeks, right?
Yep. Yeah, I will be here. Thank you.
All right.
Bye.
Thanks.
Thank you, Lang.
Bye, Lang.
Bye.
All right. So
right.
next up
is
Brandon.
It's Brandon Hill.
Oh, there he is.
Oh,
What's
dude,
up,
are you
guys?
driving?
I totally am driving, but don't worry, I'm not going to drive for very much longer. It's like I'm a couple minutes away from
totally
this.
went and ran an errand while he was like, I'm just going to be lobbying.
Well, we did bring him on 5 minutes early, and he's probably like, no, not me, not yet.
I was basically saying the same thing. I just didn't say it out loud. So
Right.
But
Same
yeah.
thing you said to me yesterday about trying to get out of coming on to the live stream, right?
Yeah, exactly, dude. Hey, but I'm with my daughter. She's here.
Hello. How are you? Welcome to
Yeah.
ReefStock, Reef Builders Live. There's lots of people watching, and now they know who you are. So
That's right. And she will not be joining us this year. So
no. Okay.
no. But that's okay.
Yeah. Why isn't she coming?
She has school. So
well,
and
that's
then
an
she'll hang
important
out with her
reason.
grandma after that. So but I'm doing a drop off. That's why I'm here. And actually it's only 7-Eleven, so I'm a little early. So yeah.
Yeah,
But
I know. Well, I could let you have some peace for the next 3 or 4 minutes and then bring you back on if you'd like.
let's not do that. Let's do this right now.
You mean you want to get it over with, right? Say, hey, everybody, my name is Brandon Hill, and I'm the owner of Zoanthids and Ultra Corals, and I will be coming to ReefStock, and I would love to see you there.
And I would love to see you guys there. So, and because of Sean, I actually own Zoanthids as well. So, right, Sean?
Yeah, I told you could have it anytime. Just have it sitting there. I thought I'd already sent
No,
it
you
to you by
did.
now.
You gave it to me. You totally
see,
gave
I
it to
came
me.
through.
Yes.
I gave you Zoanthids, okay?
That's right. That's right.
I mean, you
No,
always
so you
have to
actually
bring it
literally
up.
gifted it to me. So you're like, I think I've given you enough flack. I'm actually going to give it to you. And you did. So
I did give it to you. And, you were supposed to send me, what you were supposed to send me in exchange was that pointer with the green the green fists on it, right? And so
Oh,
the pointer, you
yes,
remember?
the thingy. Yeah,
Yeah.
I still have
So
that.
all right, so bring it to ReefStock and hand it over. Right, I gave you zoanthids.
You're
And so
commandeering it now.
I want
I'm,
that pointer.
I don't know if I don't know if I want to give the green one up. I have a white one I might be willing to give up though.
I have to go back and look at the image that I used.
No, it's green. It's
It's
most
the green.
definitely
You
green.
see, yeah, look at you.
That's the OG.
Well, okay, so nobody cares about my interest in
No.
your pointer.
No.
and but they do care that you also have the name zoanthids.com, and so in case they misspell it the way I did when I went to acquire the website many years ago, probably before you even bought zoanthids, I spelled it wrong because I just did. I don't know what to say. And I bought zoanthids, and that's why you're here today. And so you owe it all to my inability to spell the name correctly.
I think you might be right. I think you're onto something here. So no, so actually, if I don't know I don't know what everyone else has done, but we are gonna celebrate our 22nd year this year. So right after ReefStock, we'll celebrate our 22nd year in business. So, but yeah, it's been an awesome adventure. I will say I absolutely love it. I love zoanthids and zoanthids. And actually, we were really fortunate. We were able to acquire zoas.com. That one was kind of expensive, but we really wanted to get that one. So
yeah. I still have like 100 different websites, you know.
What? I do not have 100. I do not have 100.
I've spent a fortune on these. I just buy them when I think of them. Oh, that's a good website, and then I realize I now made my year $10 more expensive for the next year, and then now it's starting to add up and starting to be a line item that Evie's starting to look at around here. And so
I'm like, oh.
She's like, let's get rid of some of these. This, like, why do we have this? This doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know? Well, we do that. We go through, and I'm like, well, I don't know. We can justify all of these. They all make sense for something.
They're hard to give away once you wrap your mind around how special they are. But will I ever have time to use them? Probably no. But
I do have some that I spent like the $8 or $10 on. Then there's some that we spent a lot of money on, and those are the ones that like I'm just like, okay, we need to actually make sure that these stay paid and good to go. You know what I mean? So
yeah, I've done that too. Where you know, we had to just to protect the other parts of the name, we had to just go ahead and get all of them. And so yeah.
Well, now they have a soda that's called Zoa. I don't know if you've drank any Zoa before, but I'm like, dude, what are these guys doing? But yeah, ZOA is like they sell it at Costco. So, but yeah.
Zoa's really? What does it taste like?
No, just Zoa. No, not Zoas, but Zoa. And so, yeah.
Kind of sounds like an energy drink.
This is what Evie provided for me before the show, and it was this cotton candy thing, and
that's like Zoa.
It's very sweet, and all I wanted was coffee.
Don't hate on my cotton candy energy drink, okay?
People are all right. Obviously, I know Brandon very well, and I'm just gonna, hang out with him here on the live stream. But I have to be effective here, Brandon. Besides the Zoa that's at Costco now, and the cotton candy drink that I'm drinking, what will you be bringing to ReefStock this year? I know that last year you brought some interesting things to the show that were kind of new and very advantageous for the aquarium industry. Are you going to tell us about that?
Yeah, so we will also be bringing some other really cool stuff this year. We'll bring some zoanthids. Obviously, we'll bring some zoanthids, but we own ultracorals.com as well. And so we will be bringing some pretty phenomenal. I'm really actually excited about some mushrooms that we'll be bringing. We'll hopefully show them off a little bit before that to like get people excited about seeing them at the show, but like some grafted mushrooms, which are pretty rad. So, yeah. And then as far as just like LPS, Lord Howensis, we're definitely going to be bringing Micromusa Lord Howensis. We also, I think we'll bring some Maximas as well, hopefully, fingers crossed. But yeah, we have a couple Maximas, like the original, like Acanthostria Maxima, like not the Homophilia pacifica that everyone calls Maxima. the like Acan maximas, which they're just like a huge polyped echinata. So it looks exactly like an Acanthastria echinata, but it's just the size of a scolemia, the polyp is. So pretty cool. But yeah, so we'll bring those.
Really cool.
And
But
then
yeah.
what did else did he bring to Vegas? He brought these, they were little
Oh,
the crabs.
Pythos.
Yeah. You have more than crabs?
I should bring some Pythos too. That was actually a lot of fun. So
You
we
sold
ended
out
up
of the Pythos while you were there.
we did. Like there was a store that wanted them, they needed them, and so we sold out of all the Pythos. We actually brought stripies too, and the stripies, Australian stripies, they eat Aiptasia, and so we sold out of those too, which that was great. But yeah, so
Tell me about the Pythos. Tell everyone about the Pythos. You already told me about it
okay.
once, and I read an article like the day before that about it, and it was
Yeah.
crazy that you were already telling me, like as if you wrote the article the day before. But
Okay, so Pythos, the reason why I love them so much is because I will not do emerald crabs. So we do not put emerald crabs in our systems at the farm at all.
Right.
We've had too many instances where the emeralds seem to get a little hungry, a little extra hungry, and so they'll start to like eat the corals or polyps. And so what we've done is, basically just used hermit crabs and snails. Well, once we were introduced to these Pythos, it was a game changer. They have a lot smaller claw. I should say most of them have a lot smaller claw, and they just do a really excellent job at like keeping algae away from coral, which is awesome. So for those of you who are like, but I still like, I even have a friend, I'm actually here right now to drop some stuff off at his place, but what he'll do is he has a mushroom container. He doesn't trust crabs at all because of what's happened with emerald crabs. And so what he does is he sticks the Pythos in a mushroom container, a big mushroom container, and he lets them go to town on eating all of the algae in the mushroom container. And dude, they do such a good job. Like they'll destroy it. He even says, he's like, yeah, like overnight you can already start to see like a massive difference. So but yeah.
And then after, so it sounds like he doesn't put him in the actual system. He puts him in the mushroom container because he doesn't trust him. And then
I
they
told
do
him
the work
to.
for him.
I told him to, but he says you can never trust a crab. That's what he says. Like that's his opinion. He's like, you can't trust any crabs, hermits, any type of crab. And so, but that's what he does. And I just said, when are you gonna let him out of the cage, right? But to be honest with you, it's actually a pretty genius idea because if you think about it, like if you have a mushroom container and you could literally do almost like a QT with the Pythos instead of putting them in your system if you're like him and you're worried about crabs. So it's a really good idea actually.
He's extremely worried about crabs. Does he happen to be a French chef that ever appeared in any Disney movies or anything like that?
I don't think so. Les poissons, no. But no, he he just doesn't do. I actually, I guess if you've ran a store or if you've run a farm and you have had them bulldoze and eat your coral, your prized coral that you spend hundreds of dollars or thousands on, then you're like, yeah, I can totally understand why you wouldn't put that in.
Yeah.
So
The crabs have always been nice to me and well behaved in my aquarium. I don't know what he's doing to them, but apparently
they're not trained like yours.
They don't like it, the crabs in his aquarium. And so so that's what's happening,
Yeah.
Or they like it so much it makes them extra hungry.
Might be.
Yeah.
And apparently you're upsetting the emerald crabs as well. That's why they're eating your coral. And so
there you go. I don't think it's me, but I'm just saying, like I've even had blue tangs where like blue tangs are supposed to be reef safe and they will eat your zoanthids and they will always eat the nice ones first.
Yeah,
So your favorite
that
one?
upset you the most. Yeah. They eat
Yes.
better than you for the evening. You're like, I ate
That's right.
like, some ramen noodles and you had a $200 zoanthid.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or $10,000, $15,000 worth of them. Not a big
Just
deal at
kept
all, right?
eating them. I don't think I could have sat there and watched them keep doing it. I would have had to been like, all right, I'm coming.
Oh no,
like the
they are
chef
good
that
at
was
doing
tearing
it.
apart the place, trying to get Sebastian the crab.
They just wait until
Yeah.
the lights go off.
That's right.
And then they're like, you can't do anything about it now.
So these new crabs, we
Yeah.
we talked about it. I was supposed to write an article about them, and so I'll have to get back on the ball with that to talk about these pythos. But since we've done this, and I actually started getting your the ReefStock vendors videos back from my editor from the
Okay.
walkthrough at the show, and so we
Yeah.
did talk about that, and that article is supposed to go with that. So I'll be in contact with you, and we'll
Okay.
finish the article on the pythos. But you have to bring some
Sounds
to the
good.
show, and everybody can come and check them out.
Very cool. Okay. And Holly is not with me. Obviously, my daughter's with me tonight, but she just
Yeah.
wants everybody to know that a special thing for anyone listening. So you can't tell anybody, but if you're listening, if you download our app and show her at the show, she will actually give you a $20 credit to your next purchase on the app. If you do not already have the app, if you already have the app, then it's kind of cheating. But if you don't have the app, she's hooking you up. So definitely download the app.
It's interesting. This is like T-Mobile or Verizon, where only the new customers get the deal, and the existing ones. Like, what are you going to do for the people that already have the app?
Oh, the people that have the app, they know they're getting a good deal already. So, but it's just no, it's like an incentive to be like, hey, download the app. And if you come and you've already pre-downloaded it, it's a bonus, dude. She will literally add it to your like account right then. It's pretty rad. So
Can you utilize them for pythos crabs? The credit.
absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
It works on that.
It'll,
Okay.
but it's like on an in-app purchase. So we do have the pythos on our app. So if you want to buy
Yeah.
a pythos, you can grab them on our app. We even have stripies on the app. But at the show,
Stripies.
you can grab them at the show. That's like a win-win right there to get them
I
at the
love.
show and take them home.
Why do you like the stripies so much? Can you tell me that?
Yes, because they eat aptasia. They destroy aptasia.
Guaranteed.
Oh, dude.
Every time.
Absolutely, yes.
Stripies.
So here's the deal.
it.
I love the little Bergia nudies, right? They're awesome and they are so good at what they do. But if you have a wrasse in your tank, you will make a big mistake and spend a lot of money on a very expensive meal for them. So,
right.
And I've done that, dude. We spent $1,200 on them. They ate every one. The wrasse did such a good job at eating all the Bergia. So, but yeah.
This seems to be a common theme in this story. You're feeding your fish really well, Brandon. You know.
I know, the caviar of the ocean, the caviar of the sea. So, but yeah, no, as far as the Australian stripies, it's really cool because they school together. They actually look really rad. They're striped, obviously stripy, and they have yellow and black. It's so cool. They're just so cool. The other thing too is, let's say that you have like your favorite fish, right? I'm pretty sure that stripies will end up being your favorite fish of all time because they are like little puppy dogs. They just learn to like love you. They'll eat out of your hands. And they're pigs, and it's great and it's awesome. So
this is incredible. I think that everybody that doesn't, that does have stock of stripies online right now, they're probably going to set out this evening after you letting them know how you feel about them. And stripies are going to be very difficult to get. So if you are on the buy side of things, I would buy all the stripies you can get now because the stock just went up. That's insider information right there. I'm going to get in trouble.
I don't think so, but sometimes they are hard to get. So I waited like a year to get the ones I got. So
yeah. Okay. Well, was it that difficult to get them?
Yeah, absolutely. So we ordered 200 and they were able to fill 40 of them.
Oh,
so
wow.
We got 40, but yeah.
You tell them
out of the 200. So yeah.
All right, Brandon. Well, I know that you wanted to get this over with.
I did. I appreciate you guys and everything you do. We are so excited for ReefStock. ReefStock is actually one of the only, I don't know if you guys know this, but one of the only shows that we're able to go to and drive. That's pretty rad. So we will be able to drive to this one. We love it. And we hope to see everyone in the Colorado, Utah, Nevada, California areas coming to ReefStock and all over the world. So no, all over the world to come to ReefStock. Absolutely. If you're from Puerto Rico, you need to be there. I'm just saying. Hay que venir.
Yep.
Con nosotros.
What?
Hay que venir con nosotros.
Yep.
Va a ser un fiesta.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
It's gonna
I
be a
took French
party. It's
class.
gonna be a party. It's gonna be a party. So
You should know it. I'm from Texas, right? Like I should have learned it, right? But I took French because I thought it would be cooler than Spanish, right? But
it wasn't though.
And harder too. All right, Brandon, thank you so much. I appreciate your love for the stripies, the
Pythos.
and ReefStock. And
Yeah.
I know that you love, out of all three of those things, you love ReefStock the most. So I really appreciate it, and I will see you in a few weeks at the show.
Okay. Thanks, you guys. Thanks, Evie.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Brandon. So the last person.
Mark
waiting on
Levinson. Oh, I'm sure he'll just take his dear sweet time to come to this thing. Did you message him?
No, how am I gonna message him? I got like so many cameras over here going, so I'm watching all these
Oh,
live.
wait, I can't change this because I'm using this to put the little thing on the TV.
Do that one. We already know Mark's the last one.
Oh,
so
okay. Let me message him.
text him. Hey, Mark, where are you?
Mark, get on here, or we could take people off the feed and talk to them. And see if anybody just wants to hang out for a little bit. We could take feedback. You know what people did and didn't like about the live stream.
Yeah. Could do that.
I don't have his number saved on my iPad. I have it on my phone. Let me go over my Facebook Messenger. All right, here we go. I'm not logged in on this thing either. Okay, see, I can say
Create passkeys, everybody.
Oh,
It super helps.
Oh man, now it's trying to get me to share my contacts with what? Look what you did. Look what you did.
No, that's all you, boo. That's what happens when you do not label your phone numbers.
It won't let me go without sharing it.
Just
there we go.
Just exit out of it. I think if you say
There
okay
we
and
go.
then say no, it won't do
Where's
it.
Sanjay? What time is he supposed to come on?
Sanjay wasn't on here.
What?
Yeah, you didn't invite Sanjay on here.
I thought he signed up.
You're the one who made the graphic.
All right.
No.
Well, maybe he should come on.
Just sneak into Sanjay.
I thought he came. I thought I saw it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I did things wrong.
I think that you're more so thinking about Sanjay hanging out being a speaker.
Yeah, maybe. Let me just message Mark Levinson real quick, and you can talk to everyone. And
Hello, everyone. Actually, he does his own hair and makeup.
Wait, what are we talking
about? He's very particular. He likes the good, like, bougie brands, you know. Old Spice. Refuses to use any skincare. Hi, Rob.
Triggerfish 44554. She does not do my hair. I don't even do it. I just wake up and it's like this. All right. I keep it short.
Oh, Rob messaged Mike. Thank you, Rob. We're all messaging him like, hey, you wanna come hang out?
So let's get some feedback here. What did you guys think about the live stream? While we wait on Mr. Mark Levinson to come on to the live stream, we're ahead of schedule. We're ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
We did a good job with that. If we didn't do anything else good. Let's see.
We didn't do anything else good.
All right. At least Triggerfish 4554 loves me. He said he said it right there. Yeah. He said it right there. There's proof.
Yeah.
Right there in writing.
Oh, I know.
The hype is real. Micah McCluskey, 6059, not to be confused with 6058, Mike McCluskey. Right?
Right.
Micah.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to you coming, Micah. This is great. I'm glad that we did this live stream. This is fun. We should do this more often. You know, we were talking about re-engaging the Reef Therapies back onto a live stream way of doing the reef therapies. And that's like more impressive too, because it's not edited, right? Like we had the conversation with you live. So going forward here, we're going to, until ReefStock, we'll probably try to come live every week with someone that's coming to ReefStock. So keep your eye for that. But after ReefStock, when I have a whole year off before my next event, I will be seeking people to talk to every week from all over the world that I just come on live, Evie and I, and perhaps Rob will show up sometime. I invited Rob to this live stream and he's watching, but he didn't come. I don't know if I checked the text message after the invitation to see if he said
You
anything.
probably sent him the wrong link.
No, I didn't. He had the link. He emailed it out to everyone. But Rob I wanted to thank him for doing so much to put the show together. He has worked on it consistently every day, and has made the show successful. And I think that we only have like 2 booths left, and we have a lot of good vendors. So thank you, Rob. Yeah. Rob, where should we go from here with this awkward 15-minute gap? I feel like a fish out of water, right?
I'm sure you can find something to talk about.
Well, I've been talking for 3 hours and 42 minutes. So what do you guys want to talk about?
Mark's
going to save us. Good.
He's probably like, why'd you guys put me on early?
He said he wanted to take the last available time slot.
And then we bumped him up anyway.
Well, not that early, only 11 minutes early.
I'm excited for the concept of the Reef Therapy Live because I think that'll really open up a lot of really interesting and unique conversations and kind of create a bit of like a carousel of familiar and non-familiar faces.
You know what?
Across the platforms.
I keep wanting to do this where I talk with the reef builders community more often. Yeah, believe it or not. And
meaning like type talk,
like communicate with them and let them help me guide the channel. So like, what articles do they want to see written about? And they give me a list.
Mark's heading away. Ask him about Oreos.
Hold on, let me finish before we bring them up. Okay. And then I wanted them with these live streams, right? For the Reef Therapy live streams, I want to ask you, okay, start voting on like put the list of names out there, get the names together like that, and then start having people vote for who's coming on the live stream, cool. And we bring those people on based on popular demand, right? And so it's not like me just going out and picking the people I know and my buddies, right? It's really guided by who the community here at Reef Builders would like to talk to, right? And then I don't know everything, and certainly Evie, she probably does know everything, I'm pretty sure, but we will bring on experts that kind of fill the gap of the things that we aren't experts on. So I think it'd be really good,
and also exposing them to more industry people and getting some of their education out, because there's always something to learn every day, every month, every year. There's no way to even have all of the information. I mean, take Taras, for example. He is so cool and passionate about the copepods, but like he also can do phytoplanktons. He can do all sorts of other things.
But what does he know about snails? Does he know about snails, Taras? What is his limitation there? What does he know about
probably knows a lot,
right?
And he just hasn't had the heart to tell you about
what
he knows.
So
he knows you like them.
But you're admitting right now that you don't know everything.
No, I never claimed that I did.
Okay, all right.
That's a you problem, not
record this and what it up. All right.
All right.
Let's bring Mark on.
All right.
Before I get in trouble.
We're coming for you, Mark. All right.
Howdy,
so,
howdy.
What's this that we hear about Oreos? We need to ask you about some Oreos.
So I was sure that you guys are gonna be late. So I said, so I've got time to eat Oreos. And as I'm stuffing my mouth full of Oreos, I get this text. Actually, 2 people text me, "You got to get on the stream." And I'm like, "But I have black teeth now." It's like I got to go brush my teeth.
I've gotten good. I've gotten better at limiting the length of my conversations, right? Like not running on, having a two-way conversation instead of one-sided, you know?
That's weird.
So.
That does not sound like you at all.
So you were eating the Oreos and then we interrupted and now you had to stop.
Well, I've got a belly full of Oreos. It's okay. And I brush my teeth so you don't have to look at. Of course, I don't get the single stuff.
You found out that we needed you, and you finished eating the Oreos. You took your time. You drank your milk, like the whole thing. Really,
water. Water.
Okay, Mark. You seem to have a lot of Coral magazines behind you there. What do you like? Edit for them or? What's going on?
Yeah, I got a part-time gig where I produce a magazine every 2 months.
Yeah.
And right now we're actually in I don't know what to call it, rush week, crush week, where we have, like 7 days to get everything perfect and, every single minute matters. And it's always hard. The final week is always hard right before it goes to press.
Mm-hmm. So that all that's going on right now, and you're just sitting around eating Oreos and going on live with me.
Well, I figure once the stream is over, I've got screens surrounding with me with articles and contents and captions and notes. And, yeah.
Well, you should write an article about Pythos crabs,
Pithos.
Well,
yeah.
That's not how Brandon Hill says it.
He was wrong. It's okay. Actually, I did write about them. Did I write about them in this issue?
Or
was it the last
recently
one?
saw it. I think it was the one before this last one.
I think you're right. I don't know. They're not in order. I can tell. I can already tell that these are all out of order. But I wrote one because I saw it at Reef Builders or ReefStock Las Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, what are these weird crabs I've never seen before in my life? Mm-hmm. And so I talked about it in my editor's letter. Mm-hmm. And I bought 3, put them in Caitlin's reef that's been an algae nightmare. Now, I can't think because Sean is eating Oreos in front of me. It's making me mad.
I'm doing it on purpose. In fact, I'll be right back.
No, so I got these crabs. I was like, tank's been an algae fest forever. And they have pretty much picked it clean. Now, the rock does not look amazing, but it definitely doesn't have algae anymore. So there you go.
This is unofficially sponsored by Oreo.
Look at that. You actually keep them in stock. That's great.
Yeah, the nice that's hard to do because of kids.
Sponsored by Oreo.
Yeah. But so we saw them at
You're gonna turn your teeth black, just so you know.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't do that. That's not a good idea.
I
so hungry. It's been a little while. So did you also see the stripies there at the show?
I did. Now that I already knew about and that's on my very first issue of Coral Magazine. The stripey was something that eats Heptasia and comes from Australia. And I was like, oh, that's really neat. Now I kind of want one. And at the time, Amanda Meckley from ACI Aquaculture had one in a tank, and she took a picture that was good enough to make the front cover. And after that happened, her head got so big and she wanted to be paid so much more money. It was a real problem for the magazine.
These people, they just don't know how to act right. And so
they just no humility, all ego.
It's like these people that are like super snobby and only want to do salt water, and they will not let fresh water.
That's me. You're talking about me now. I feel better. I feel more included.
Okay, Mark. Yeah. So I want to know, other than, I wanted to be able to have a chance to talk about Coral Magazine because I really have respected a lot of the work that you've been putting into that. I know that's been a tremendous effort on your part, but you've done an incredible job. And so, and that just contributes to the education within the aquarium, the reefing world. And so, but then also you've been doing Malev's Reef since like right when I got into the hobby, right? Like back at like Reef Central, right? Like, and I remember seeing you talk on the threads, and I was like, "Who's this Mark guy? He's pretty smart." And so, so then here we are. Like you just continue to contribute, and I love that.
Yeah.
I think that Evie unfortunately got kicked off of Reef Central because
that not Reef
that was Reef to Reef. She got kicked off Reef to Reef.
Wow.
It was funny. It was
Yeah.
funny. It's funny because we actually talked to David Hammondtree at ReefStock.
Yeah, my first ReefStock I met.
And we told him
And he
that
didn't
Evie
remember,
had
right?
been kicked off the platform so many years before. And he's like, oh, well. I can't do his voice right now, but he's, well, I have to get you back on, you know?
My account was fixed in like 20 minutes. I was like, this has been banned for like a decade.
Because she was arguing.
How did you get banned? What did you do wrong? I got to hear this.
I was not arguing. I was starting to I was representing the store, and I was showcasing that I had what was it? It was a zoanthid, not a gobstopper. I think it was an armor of God. I had an armor of God colony, and there was just one mother polyp, like, that was really big in the middle. Everybody was spawning off of.
Okay.
The person that I was having the transaction with wanted the mother polyp. And I was like, well, I'm not cutting her. I'm taking from the edge. And so whenever the transaction was finished and they received their polyp, they said that I scammed them.
Oh,
I bet she did. I bet she
And
did.
then I got
You
banned.
I bet
I
she
got
That's what
banned.
got you banned
banned.
for not
You're
giving
banned.
away the parent?
Yeah.
Banned. And so
It was a good time.
I can top that. You know that. I got banned from Reef Central. What are you talking about? I mean, and
Oh
I
yeah,
was
that was
in
the
a-
story. You got
I
banned from Reef Central.
never
right?
was on Reef Central.
and
Why
I
did you get
got
banned from Reef
banned.
Central?
I got banned from Reef Central for a joke I did on my own website. I didn't even do it on their website. They
Well, maybe
caught
you
wind
shouldn't-
about it, and then they said lifetime ban. And I was like, okay, bye. So,
Maybe you shouldn't act so inappropriately, Mark.
That's
know?
on,
I
that's on
know.
the TV.
Oh,
You're taking our TV screen away.
I am. I did take the TV screen away.
yeah,
you know?
it was porn in the back for a second there.
Yeah,
I was like, why
you
would you
know-
look at that during this conversation? It's like,
Sorry,
really?
my.
Reef porn. That's the only safe one while you're on a live stream.
Oh my god, this has turned into an episode of Reef Beef. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is so inappropriate. But
No, Reef Beef's worse because they complain, and I'm not complaining. I'm directing you toward good things.
Pictures of coral, completely without clothes, right? And
Right,
so-
right. Naked corals, yes.
How could
Okay,
it be
so
bad?
yeah, I got banned. I made a joke for April Fool's Day. I mean, the one day of the year you're allowed to make a joke. And I just said that Reef Central was so impressed with reefaddicts.com that they were investing in me, that they gave me bags of money. And so I was buying a new house, new car, new guitar, a jet ski, and I
What year
bought
was this? I feel like I
2010.
remember. Yes,
2010.
I remember this.
And
so you were kicked
I
out.
bought a Starbucks because that way I could get free coffee instead of buying it, and I could use their Wi-Fi to continue surfing Reef Central. That was the joke. And people were like, I think it's real. I don't think it's a joke. I think because I went all over town taking pictures in front of everywhere that I supposedly bought with this money.
You really sold it, you know?
I did. And
This
I
is
remember
before
I went to
CGI and AI
Yeah,
took over
it
all
was
of the
before AI.
photography. You just did the full-blown dedication.
I went to a dealership and said, what's the most expensive car you got? And they were like, okay, right here. I said, can I take a picture front for an April Fool's Day joke? And like, yeah. And I was like, I need the price tag to show in the background. Like $80,000, which was back then was a lot of money. Now it's like milk. But, and I remember I had to pretend I got this mansion, and I was driving around looking for a big house, and I found a huge house. It was so big. It was truly a castle. And I'm standing in front of it, but because it's so big, you couldn't get all of it in the picture. It was like a part of this house I was like, this is my new house. And then I got in front of a really nice, I got in front of a nice Texas house, a typical, ranch style. And I was like, this is my old house. This one's going to be up for sale, guys. I had a lot of fun with this. And I got banned for it. And Jessie got banned for being a friend. They just banned her because Mark. That's it. And they banned her too. She didn't even have anything to do with the joke. That was my website.
Who was in charge of Reef Central back then?
The moderators.
They had it out for
They
you, my
were
friend.
they were ruling with an iron fist. and they banned me. Now, I'll tell you this, about a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago, I was reinstated because Humblefish demanded that they let me back on there, but there's no one there. So I was kind of like, and even then, what am I going to post? I'm going to point to my YouTube. I'm going to point to my business. I'm going to point to my articles. And that's literally like the one thing they don't want you to do on any of the sites. You know, they want you to give to their site.
Right.
And like you said, I've been teaching people forever. So I've been pointing to my own websites for realistic, logical reasons, you know.
So did you start Milev's Reef after, or like, no, wait, you started Milev's Reef before, like what year was that?
Oh, I think it became real probably in 2003.
2003.
I remember because I was part of team. I was very active on Reef Central for about 7 years, and early on, they said John Link, who owned the website, said, "We want you to be part of something called Team RC, and you're not a moderator, but you're just kind of out there to initiate conversation, and you're always there to answer questions, and you know you can help us do research for articles." And I was like, "Okay." So I was trying to come up with a name for a website because I started to write articles and I needed to park them somewhere. And I made a list of 25 possibilities. I was just like, okay, so it was things like justofftheshore.com or lagoon puddles or you know, like footprints
Glad
in
you
the
didn't use any of those.
Well, I just tried to come up with anything possible that was water related that I could think of. And I put also Milev's Reef, which I was like, and everyone on the team's like, it needs to be that. I'm like, really? You can't even spell it. And because I mean, like if I had said by the lagoon, you could have typed in bythelagoon.com perfectly every time. But you tell them Milev's Reef, I'm like, what? And it's like MELEVSREEF, and they're just like, okay, M what? And it's like, it's the worst. But the name was just the initials of my name, Milev. So Mark E. Levinson. And the name stuck. It's been there ever since, and I used it. And then in 2009, I decided to quit my other job and I made Milev's Reef my main job. And I've been just doing that ever since. And then Coral Magazine, I took on 2.5 years ago, and I run it. You know, I still have a boss above me, obviously, but it's a team of 10 people that produces the magazine. And so my job is content and organization and keeping the train on the tracks and keep it on time, which is hilarious because I'm always late. But I've been doing better. I'm getting better. I know it's impossible.
So we talked yesterday about like what we would talk about here on the live stream, and one of the things we discussed was what you were going to be speaking about at ReefStock, and you have so many options because you've been speaking for so long. You really kind of turned it back to me, and you're like, "What would you like me to?" And we mentioned asking the people following in the stream if they had some ideas for you as to what they would like to hear about. And so we can open that up and just let people know that, you know, throughout while we're talking to you, you can throw out your ideas for Mark to speak about. He has a fair amount of understanding about everything, and so because you've been doing it for so long, so pretty much you could jump into pretty much any scenario except for, which I was going to say, Pythos crabs. I thought I was going to get you on that one, but apparently you already made the article a month ago, and I couldn't beat you to it. And so
you need to find some new fish I've never heard of or something. You can do anything freshwater because I wouldn't care.
I don't want you talking about freshwater, Mark, here. Just so negative about the freshwater stuff.
I was on a radio show last week to promote the event that happened. I went to this thing, and I'm sorry I'm being vague. I can't remember what it was called, but I was there all day. And so anyway, this radio show, it's a legit, and I was like, okay, first of all, who listens to the radio? But anyway, I was on this radio show, and they were just like, so, you know, you're going to talk to people and you're going to encourage them. And, you know, they tried to talk about freshwater. I was like, why are you doing this? And I finally had to say, listen, I make fun of it all the time because it's a terrible hobby, but I mean, but I don't mean it in a mean way. I just mean it in a, I will never betray my people. We are the salty ones, and we're not going to, I mean, you know.
I mean, it is salty to do that. It is salty to not try freshwater just because you're so prideful about being salty. And so, I mean,
I have a bunch of fish right here next to me that are technically freshwater, but they're in saltwater because I refuse to let them live in less than, you know, than freshwater. Oh, let me see if I can turn this thing. Hang on, let me. Oh, that's the wrong direction. Sorry. Let's go the other way.
I love the technical difficulties that happen
There you go.
sometimes.
So there's like 100 little fish in there. Oh, hang on. I can zoom.
Flashlight fish care. Oh, I love flashlight fish. They are so awesome.
Let's see if this thing will zoom. Hang on. Come on, thing, cooperate.
That's
wow.
nice. And that's
Can you
real
really
nice.
do it? Now you were telling me about this last time I
Yeah.
was over at your house.
So these are my
And-
saltwater crocs, and these are my bonus saltwater crocs. I started off with 59, and they from eggs. I made 59 fish because if you're gonna lay, if you're gonna do eggs, you hatch them all. You don't skip a few. So they sent me 59. I hatched 59, and then those fish made more of themselves. They made more eggs, and so I've got a breeder basket in the other tank that's here. Hang on, let me back this up again. Let me find it for you. So over my shoulder, right
You can
there.
tell it's like
That's the aquarium you showed me when I was at your place.
Yeah.
Was that one?
So that's the
Yeah.
breeder basket, and you can see there's some. I guess
Dude,
they're
your
5-6
camera's
months
really
old now.
good. I can't believe how clear it is with him zooming in.
He likes
let
to
me
buy
zoom
toys.
I do spend money on toys, and so anyway, that little tiny breeder basket right
I used to
there.
have one of those.
That's got
The
like
mesh-
100 more in it, or no,
Yeah,
it's
the
probably
mesh
like
one.
70.
Mhm.
And so
Yeah.
then now I got this over here with like easily 100, on the side over here. And then on top of all that, the adult ones are laying more eggs on that hanging mop thing. And I found some little itty bitty tiny babies. So that's like 4th generation. I'm just like a master breeder now. I can answer anything. Let's talk
What
about
are
breeding.
these things again? What are these things again? Like that you're breeding?
I call them Milev's Muggles. And because that's the perfect name. Let's see. They are. I gotta look at my thing real quick here.
But they're a brackish fish.
They are pseudo-muggle cyanodorsalis, the neon blue-eyed dwarf rainbow fish, and they're
And
very rare. That no one raises them. There's like 5 people in the U.S. that's raising them, and I'm one of the 5, which is cool.
But isn't it a freshwater fish?
Well, it's supposed to be, but I put it in saltwater because I'm stubborn.
But you mean brackish water?
Well, it's at 1.017, but then the other one over here that I was trying to show you. Let's go this way now. That guy there. He's all by himself. I took him and I did. I guess you could call it instant acclimation. It was like doink.
You did solitary confinement on one of them.
He's just in there and he's still alive, and he's been in there for 3 months.
And that is full salt.
Oh, that's 35 ppt. Yeah.
Oh wow, 35 ppt.
I should mention that's Fritz salt. Oh, sorry.
That's okay. I still like Fritz. Come on, guys.
Just giving you
I
a hard
worked really
time.
hard on that brand for 10 years. It's not like
I just had to throw that in there. Oh, the other way.
Okay,
Sorry,
so you have it in brackish at 0.017, and
Yes.
then you
Just to
have
save
it
money.
and just to go cheap on the salt. Don't you get it for free from Fritz?
This was actually Matt's suggestion. Just use less salt. It'll save you money because all the water changes. Like, water changes? What are those? And so he gives me a hard time about that. But no, it's been fun, and I learned new things. And at some point, there'll be an article about this breeding experience, I'm sure, probably in an upcoming issue this year in Coral Magazine.
That you were given a freshwater fish and that you hate freshwater so much that you literally force acclimated it to salt and successfully bred it in that condition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then solitary confined one into a
Well,
higher salinity.
I wanted to see if it would live. I wanted to see if it would live.
Was that one
And-
picking on one of the other ones and you just said, okay.
What made you
No,
pick that one?
I just randomly picked one like the lottery, like what was that movie with that girl? Jumping Fire, Flaming Fire. I don't know, the girl that does the boner.
He offered himself as tribute.
I just grabbed one, threw him in there. Let's see if the district will be happy with you.
I mean, Hunger Games?
Yeah, Hunger Games. See, you think Hunger Games, everybody
Samsonite.
Yeah, everybody else in the tank saw the claw from Toy Story just come in and grab one of their friends and take him
The
away.
claw. Oh, that's such a better one. I like that better. I'm gonna go with that. But no,
Okay.
it's been doing fine. I've been thinking about putting a second one in there just so I'd have a friend to hang out with.
Okay,
or
so
maybe
Yeah, but
5.
then they'll probably breed, and then you'll have more.
So the
That is,
only
yeah, so far no babies, so that's been good.
the only recommendation I've gotten here is from Todd Ferreira, 13 iffy. He says flashlight fish care. Like,
Oh
how
yeah,
could you can't do
I'll
that.
just whip that up, no problem.
Yeah. I
It's
mean,
easy. The darkest pitch, I mean, the tank is pitch dark,
yeah.
and if you're lucky, you see them occasionally. I mean, that's the whole talk. I just gave it.
The aquariums now have exhibits where you can look at them in the
Yeah.
dark, right? And
Yeah,
we were at Cairns Marine with Lyle last year, and Evie, did you ever release that article or release that video?
No, I didn't release the article or the video because we were trying to line up
A shipment to the
with,
Dallas World Aquarium.
yeah, I was trying to line that up.
Because Paula was setting up an exhibit there.
Yep, it was a
Yeah.
brand new exhibit that they were putting together, and those were their flashlight fish at Cairns Marine. And we're gonna
Nice.
like follow them all the way home.
Cool.
It was a
But
great idea and concept, but Paula wouldn't let us in.
yeah, Paula was like,
Not
we're
this
not
time.
ready for something
Not
like
this
that
time,
to
yeah.
happen yet, because the whole entire exhibit wasn't even done yet. It
Yeah.
was running behind schedule. So she was like, I can't take that on right now. And
Yeah.
I was like, well, that's okay, I understand. But flashlight fish are cool.
Flashlight
Yeah,
fish are
I
pretty
actually
cool,
saw
but
I saw 2 in a fish store called Stingray Bay, which was somewhere sort of near Lansing, Michigan.
Yes.
And
because
the
you were recently
girl,
at that Detroit show. Right?
yeah, and the girl was the employee. She would go up to the tank and she just like, you know, like a little girl, because the tank was up high, so it's like above eye level, and she had her like this, and she says, "Do the thing, do the thing, do the thing," and I'm just like, "What is she doing?" And she was trying to get the flashlight fish to do its trick, because it was just
Oh.
this blob of a fish that it wasn't revealing the cheek. You know, it wasn't doing it. And she
Oh,
kept
okay.
saying, "Do the thing," because apparently that worked once. So now she just keeps repeating this toward the tank, thinking the fish is listening and obeying.
Right.
And
Aw.
it wasn't obeying, but it was cute. I stood there for 5 minutes as she said that 1,000 times, and I never saw it.
Wow. Well, I know that Lyle had a bunch, and he actually they used the flashlight fish for a watch article. Like there's
A watch design, yeah.
this filming company came out because he had flashlight fish and
Wow.
used it for a watch article, and so they had some
Yeah.
really awesome footage of it.
Neat.
But cool fish, but honestly, probably not plentiful
And
enough
a deal
within
topic.
hobbyists to do a whole topic on. But thank you, Todd. And you could probably put it in a reef, but you just would have to do
Yeah.
like all sun
You'd save
coral.
a lot of money on lights.
You'd have to do
Yeah.
non-photosynthetic corals in a big giant cave that no light was over, and then
Yeah.
maybe you can have flashlight fish.
I just gave a talk over the weekend about planning for an ideal sump and the plumbing. That might be a good one for ReefStock.
Okay.
It shows plumbing choices and stuff like that. And
Oh,
I've only
yeah.
given that a few times, so that's kind of unused. I mean, it's not been seen by hardly anyone.
So maybe a master talk about filtration and your options and the pros and cons of each direction.
Pretty much,
Okay.
yeah. It's basically saying there's lots of choices, but you can't possibly fit them all in. So let's zone in on the ones that matter, and then maybe you could possibly add these as accessories.
That would be a good talk because I'm doing intro to reefing, right?
There you
And then your talk would match up for someone that took that talk and then
Yeah.
wanted to learn more in the extension of
Yeah.
filtration, right? And so
Yeah.
that's good. And you just
I
have to
mean,
finish
when you
the
think
talk on
about it,
time this time.
a lot of people have their they already have a setup. By the time they're watching this presentation, they already have a sump, they've already bought a tank, you know, it's all that kind of thing. But the thing is, you know, I even asked the audience, I said, how many of you have a sump? And almost everyone raised their hand. And I said, how
Yeah.
many of you are going to upgrade your sump? You know, and only a few hands went up. I was like, well, I mean, you know, here's the thing. You might learn something here that you're going to want to incorporate into your sump or into the next build or the upgrade you're going to do down the road. And so I gave them ideas. And, you know, I mean, I'm
Okay.
even doing things that most people don't. Like I have my drains coming into the side of the sump instead of coming in through the top, which was something I learned from MRC years ago. And I thought that's really cool. I'm going to try it. And I've been running it like that on my reef for probably
You
7
learned
years now.
something from MRC?
Yeah,
From
when I was
Ross?
there. Yeah.
Oh, Now I know.
Yeah.
Now I know you're not telling the truth. Just kidding, Raj.
I do try to learn things from the man, but he's so stubborn.
So I talked to Richard Ross, and his talk
Mhm.
is going to be about flow.
Nice.
Yeah. So
That'd be
I
good.
figured you'd be interested to watch that talk about flow.
Well, I mean, it's okay. I'm kidding. No, actually, it might be interesting. I mean, he's got a tank that's wall-to-wall corals where there's no room for flow. So, yeah, I'd like to hear how he's going to manage that.
Yeah. So
You've seen his reef. It's
but
packed. There's no room for anything. It's the fish. Matter of fact, for the longest time, every time you took a picture of the tank, like every time, the yellow tank in the bottom moved like this, and then it moved like this, and it was like this, and it was over here. And it was never anywhere but that spot. And I was like, it can't swim. There's no room. It's
it can't get
stuck.
away.
It wiggles like a quarter of an inch, and then it's like, okay, I'll pose until the next photo, and then I'll come over here and take another picture. That's all it does. But
Well, okay, so we've got your talk. I think we'll do it on filtration. I think that's an excellent idea. And we accomplished what we needed to do. You're headed to ReefStock to talk, and you'll have a booth there to talk to people about coral and Amazonas, and let people know what you do on the webs.
Mostly
and
coral.
share your content. Mostly coral, yeah. But I'm going to take a picture of those Amazonas magazines in your booth, and I'm going to be like proof that you're a closet freshwater guy.
Yeah, do that. Let's see how many people believe you. That'd be great. It's going to go viral.
Well, hey, I appreciate it, Mark, that you jumped on early.
Yeah.
You finished your Oreos. You came on because I was out of ideas. I've been on here for 3.5 hours. And so thank you for coming on. And Evie wasn't going to give me any topics to talk about. She just was like, hey, figure it out. And so
she had nothing. No imagination.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Mark, I'll be excited to see you at ReefStock. When are you getting in?
Yeah,
You
it'd be
coming in
fun.
Friday? Coming in Friday?
Yeah, I haven't decided. I've been getting emails from Rob telling me come early and do all these things, and he's right. And then I have to figure out about boarding and tank sitting and all those other things. So I gotta decide what I want to do, or am I gonna just appear like a pixie at the very moment I'm needed and disappear again? No, I just got to figure out when to arrive, when to leave.
You've done
Sometimes I have. Yeah, I have. I've been to a lot of events, and to be honest, I mean, when I'm gone, I'm not working, and that's good, but that's bad, because working is how
Have I ever done
I
an
pay
event
it.
that you didn't speak at?
It's how I pay my bills. I don't know.
I don't think so. You did 2
I don't
reef
know.
works.
Oh,
in
I'm sure
Seattle.
you had a few that there's probably some aquashellas that you did somewhere else and I didn't travel to. I mean, it's a possibility.
Yeah, you spoke at most of my shows.
But I
You've
do
probably
wear
been
the
my most
Reef
frequent
Works
speaker.
shirt quite a bit. It's a
It's made
comfy
of good
shirt.
material. It's made of good material.
Yeah, I like it. Let's go back.
Yeah, it's Seattle. Yeah, I think we should. Let's do it.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
But
Yeah.
we gotta call it
Well,
Reef Works.
good job on a 4-hour live stream. I mean, I know that they're not easy.
Hey, it was pretty easy. I wish Evie had helped me a little bit, but
Yeah. I'm just here for technical
Did you really
difficulties.
not help him? Did you really not help him?
No,
I was just messing with you.
No, I'm just trying to.
She
get a
just sat there
reaction out of her.
smiling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. She would just kick me when I was saying the wrong thing, and it
That's a very married thing to do.
And she prevented me from eating this Oreo, right? And I've been waiting, and now I think with that,
it's stale. It's stale. It's too late now. You throw it away.
It's been at least, and this is only the single stuff. Like who
It
does
is.
that?
It's hardly even an Oreo. It's sort of like an ore.
I'm not even interested anymore. I'm gonna leave these here, and so. All right, Mark, thank you so much. We're going to see you at ReefStock. We're going to hear about filtration from you. And I appreciate you always coming to speak at the shows that I'm putting on. And
thanks for inviting me.
We'll have a lot of fun in Denver. Make sure you message me tomorrow. Let me know when you're actually coming to Denver. And because I think I'm going to be staying a little bit afterwards to do some stuff around the area. Maybe we can do those together. So.
Okay. Yeah, we can figure something out.
All right, cool. Thank you. Bye-bye, Mark.
All right, guys.
And
bye.
bye, everyone else that came on to the stream. We really appreciate it. We're going to do it again. Not do it like we're gonna do it like this again the week before ReefStock. We might come on next week and just have like maybe a couple of guests or a single guest to do more of a reef therapy live type of thing. If you guys would appreciate that. And definitely comment on the thread below. Let us know if you would like us to bring anyone particular that you see on the floor plan on, or if there's a speaker that wasn't able to come on today, like Sanjay. I thought Sanjay was coming today, but he didn't. And
We'll have
maybe
to get him for the next round.
I thought he was signed up. Maybe it was my fault. I'm the one who made the schedule, so maybe I transcribed some names wrong. I don't know.
Sanjay could very well be sitting there wondering where
Very
his link
upset.
is.
Very upset. May not even come to the show now. So, all right. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. You want to sign
We're
off?
still learning all this software, so if this
We're
looks
just gonna press
just really
end.
rough,
Just press end. All
just
right.
give
Goodbye.
some
Goodbye, people.
patience.
Nailed it.
Thanks, guys.
We're still here.
See, I know. See? I know because